never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Telling me another day has already come and gone. Yep. Just like that. Hey, so we're heading down the home home stretch as we roll into a Thursday as far as the work week is concerned. We will turn the page on the calendar as we work our way into the 12th day of May. All right, hope your week's going well. Are you enjoying those warmer temperatures? Well, in the central and eastern portions of the country anyway. Still mighty chilly out west. After we had the big snow, western Nebraska on Monday, snow is melting rather quickly, though. Yeah, the moon's shining bright overhead. It's working its way toward a full moon. Matter of fact, coming up this weekend, the moon will plunge into darkness. Yes, getting ready for the celestial spectacle that's not been seen over the entire lower 48 since the turn of the decade. Just as the sun sets over North America Sunday evening, the sun, the earth, the moon begin to align. Total lunar eclipse. Of course, it takes hours for this to all take place, but you may have to stay awake later than usual for a chance to see Sunday night's eclipse. It unfolds in the first half of the night. Of course, losing a little bit of sleep, that never hurt anybody, right? Of course, we'll be up and running here. Be able to step out of the secret bunker from time to time, take a look. First total lunar eclipse visible from the entire lower 48. Since January 21st of 2019, there was a total lunar eclipse visible from the country on May the 26th, but it was only seen in the western portions of the country, Alaska, Hawaii, and the West Coast areas. Yeah, there was also an impressive partial lunar eclipse November 19 of last year. 97% of the moon went dark, but it did fall short, just short of being a total eclipse. All right, this is going to be what they call the blood moon. The moon often appears to turn a dark red at the height of the eclipse. So the eerie shift in color, it's not due to a transformation of the moon, but it's the change in the light reflecting off of the moon. The moon kind of turns red because the only sunlight reaching the moon is passing through the Earth's atmosphere. And the more dust or clouds in our atmosphere during the eclipse, the redder the moon will actually appear. All right, that dust could come from a variety of sources, wildfires, which we've got plenty of those out west, or volcanic eruptions. The entire eclipse will take over 5 hours. Eastern time. It'll start right after 9:30 Sunday evening and last until about 10 till 3 Eastern time, those early morning hours. That total phase, though, where the moon kind of changes color, only lasts about an hour and a half. That would start about 11:30 Eastern time and end a little before 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. Yeah, the middle of the eclipse. That'll be the best time to look at the moon. That'll be just after the midnight hour, about 12:11 a.m. Eastern time. So there you go, coming up this weekend, just a couple days away, right? Meanwhile, as I mentioned, enjoying those warmer temperatures. We'll break down more on the warmth enveloping much of the central and eastern portions of the country. But as we get things underway tonight, we do have some thunderstorm activity, some rather strong storms, and a lot of heavy rain. Heavy rains over the eastern portions of Minnesota. It's really confined to the east central and southeastern portions of the state. This line of rather feisty, severe thunderstorms is now sweeping through the western portions of Minnesota, or Wisconsin, rather. We've got the rains in Minnesota, the thunderstorms in Wisconsin. Matter of fact, we do have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from about Red Wing in that southwestern portion of the state all the way up to Moose Lake there in Minnesota. So along that line, we're seeing a lot of reports of golf ball size hail reports. There are tornado watches in place, by the way, for that entire zone. through the early morning hours here, but haven't seen any tornado warnings. Just a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. But as we progress through the upcoming day, looks like today, Thursday's probably going to be the most active day. Forecasters say the risk of severe weather is really going to ramp up across the north central states later this afternoon into Thursday evening. Areas from the Dakotas to western Minnesota, you'll see the most substantial threat. Extremely high winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes will be possible on into Thursday evening. Of course, those threats, starting this past evening, we did have the tornado sirens in Target Field, home to Major League's Minnesota Twins this past evening. But this unusually early strong surge in heat and humidity over the central states, that's going to be a major factor in severe weather for the balance of this week, and especially, again, through Thursday afternoon. All right, as that cold front moves east, clashing with the scorching heat that's been roasting parts of the central and southern plains this week, that's going to result in an outbreak of thunderstorms and, yes, severe weather, firing up Thursday as a dip in the jet stream that's persisted over the northwest begins to finally shift eastward. Severe thunderstorms are likely to erupt, stretching from Oklahoma to the upper Midwest today. Thursday is shaping up to be probably the worst severe round that we have seen this week. So all modes of severe weather, multiple tornadoes, torrential rain, aggravating flooding, especially along the Red River of the north. But from Fargo, North Dakota to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Lincoln, Nebraska, you may see some damaging, disrupting storms moving through during the afternoon and evening hours. Yes, this is going to impact some of our highly traveled interstates, 70, 80, 90, and 94, interstates 29 and 35. Greatest threat for violent storms that may include tornadoes, large hail, and powerful wind gusts today may actually focus right along the Red River Valley of the North, where wind gusts could approach 100 miles per hour in some of these strongest cells. So look out later today once again. As the case has been through much of this week, we continue to have the hot, dry conditions, red flag warnings in place for much of eastern New Mexico, about the eastern half of Colorado, the western portions of Kansas and southwestern Nebraska through the upcoming day. Have some high wind advisories extending all the way up into central portions of Wyoming for the upcoming day as well. Aside from that, the precip, eastern half of the country is pretty much quiet, with the exception of those showers in Minnesota and Wisconsin. It's high and dry from pretty much Texas to the East Coast, all along the Gulf Coast, looking good. Not a bit of precip showing up for our friends in the Northeast tonight. A good night, actually, for most of the country to be moving that freight around the country. So enjoying that heat while it is still spring. There's a non-tropical area of low pressure offshore that's been kind of stuck there since the Mother's Day weekend. That's going to begin as we head into the weekend. From Friday through the weekend, it's going to bring more of a summery, tropical feel to much of the southeast. Well, actually, we're going to start probably in, say, southern portions of Pennsylvania, then all the way down through the Carolinas and southeastern Georgia, as that still currently non-tropical system begins to move back westward toward the southeastern USA. Showers will expand outward from the mid-coast and move into the interior east. It looks like by Friday, showers may occur at times across a number of states, anywhere from northern Florida to, again, southern, maybe even central Pennsylvania and part of northern New Jersey. Now, to start this upcoming tropical feel to the weather, driven by a significant increase in humidity. You're going to notice that not necessarily above average heat because you've had the cloud cover, but for many residents in the east, especially the northeast, prolonged periods of humid air. You haven't seen much of that. Hard to come by this season. That's going to change as we head into the weekend. Higher humidity that will feel more like mid-July versus mid-May is coming your way. That means more water vapor in the air. That's one of the key ingredients to trigger showers and thunderstorms. By this weekend, the threat of embedded thunderstorms within the large area of showery weather will be increasing as that moisture surges further to the north and west. The swath of wet weather will expand, actually, to reach a much larger area that will include portions of Tennessee and the Ohio valleys, the Great Lakes, and on into the Northeast. It certainly will not be as chilly as last weekend, especially in the Northeast, but there will be showers around. You'll have to keep an eye on the forecast when you can find some dry weather to head outdoors. All right, so this may be dampening some plans for folks in the Northeast, but for the most part, any rainfall is really sorely needed for a large portion of the Southeast. Dry conditions in the Carolinas. About 45% of North Carolina is at least in abnormal dryness right now, according to the report released late last week. High temperatures should hover right around where they should be for this time of year over the weekend. They may begin to climb a little bit back above average for the second half of the weekend there, coming up Sunday. So we'll look at some of our travelers' weather as we roll into a Thursday morning. Hope your week's going well. Hello to Todd, checking in. Roy is on board. Thank you very much. Afternoon, hammer down, be safe. There's Larry with 63 degrees at the, New York, Connecticut state line, 84 eastbound this morning. Morning from Central Florida, there's Richard with 68 degrees as well. Chicago, 83 degrees. According to Terry, yes, 83. Everybody be safe. That's our Canadian friend, Terry. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive crew. We've got a nice 60 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Plenty of stars shining above. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. All right, copy in the mail. Chevy Guy, the Michigan Madman on board. Let's see. Hey, from Kentucky, Steve. It's a comfy 61 degrees. I got to watch and listen till I fall asleep, and I'll leave the show on as I used to do years ago. All right, good to have you with us there, Don. Deborah, morning there. Morning, Steve. Indiana definitely had a scorcher today. Had 120 kids in the pool. In the pool? It's now 72 degrees. Anyway, hoping my favorite driver, along with everyone, stays safe out there tonight and have a great day. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler with 79 degrees in Holton, Kansas. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger, as we check in from the land of Oz this morning. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve. 59 with clear skies in Radford, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Cadillac Mac on board, checking in with smooth sailing. Hello to Heatwave from the Hacienda in New Mexico tonight. I'm in for the night. Hopefully the bitch fest is over and we can argue about something else. There you go, Heatwave. Thank you, sir. Hello from North Liberty, Indiana. 37 miles from the house in the $5 an hour AC. I'd rather be home, but that would set me too far back for today. All right. Let's see who else we got on board. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia with 70 degrees at this hour. Had a beautiful day today here. Did my delivery early. Then the wife and I picked up the granddaughter. Met the stepson and daughter-in-law and the 3 other grandkids at the park as we celebrated the 4th birthday of the next to youngest of the 4. Good times. I'm going to be doing a local today. Braves had a walk-off home run against Boston this evening. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. All right. Haven't really been paying attention. How your Braves doing this year? Better than the Reds, I'm sure. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Indeed, phone lines are open. Jump on in here. Top in the industry headlines. Well, lo and behold, all this continued push by electric cars and electric trucks. You know, because it's going to be zero CO2 emissions, right? They're clean. We're going to save the planet. Well, I guess you could say not. Very interesting. A new study from the American Transportation Research Institute, ATRI, says the carbon dioxide emissions generated from zero-emission trucks is a whole hell of a lot more than zero. The latest study, understanding the CO2 impacts of zero-emission trucks, concludes zero-emission trucks will still generate significant CO2 emissions and will continue to have CO2 emissions in the coming decades. Oh, how does that happen? See, they took a more aerial view of zero-emission trucks, the environmental impact. All these environmental groups, the tree huggers, advocating, trying to force electric and hydrogen-fueled trucks, pointing at the net zero greenhouse gas emissions during operation. Well, the ATRI study points to the environmental impact of producing these trucks. Specifically, ATRI states zero-emission truck industry emits greenhouse gases when you produce the electricity or the hydrogen propelling the vehicles. Also, the production and the disposal of these trucks and lithium-ion batteries have a rather significant negative impact. Looking at the full life cycle of zero-emission trucks, the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions is far less than 100%. Yes, although there is no direct tailpipe emissions, battery and electricity production ultimately results in only about a 30% decrease in carbon dioxide emissions compared to the standard diesel truck. All this at a much greater cost, right? They also identify other zero-emission truck costs to the overall trucking industry, which will include, of course, replacing the existing Class A trucks with significantly higher-priced trucks. We will have an entirely new approach to refueling, changes to the operational structure of the trucking industry due to decreased range capabilities. Now, many of these cost burdens may subside or turn into benefits as the technology progresses in the coming years. The $1 trillion infrastructure bill, which is about to begin pouring billions of dollars into the electric vehicle charging infrastructure, the mileage range of electric vehicles, as we well know, is relatively low. It is steadily improving, according to the Department of Energy. But take a look at the retail price of zero-emission trucks, anywhere from a low of $200,000 to as much as $800,000, according to the meta study conducted by the International Council on Clean Transportation. $800,000. Hell, you're getting close to $1 million. $1.5 million for 2 trucks? The study also predicts battery electric tractor truck costs will be reduced by maybe 23% by the year 2025, maybe down by 40% by the year 2030. Although zero-emission trucks could save thousands of dollars in diesel costs, the environmental impact is independent of fuel prices, according to ATRI's senior vice president, who says nothing about the carbon dioxide output changed based on energy prices. Fuel prices do not directly affect the lack of a charging infrastructure, retail price of vehicles, and range anxiety. He also points out that a large majority of the U.S. electricity production is derived from natural gas. Those prices are rising. They're already up significantly as well. They suggest other ways to reduce truck emissions while zero-emission truck technology continues to gradually improve. One suggestion would be renewable diesel, which they claim could decrease carbon dioxide emissions to only a third of standard diesel engine. Additionally, renewable diesel would not require new infrastructure or new truck equipment as well. Those prices, $200,000 to as much as $800,000, and all that for a net gain of only about 30% reduction when all is said and done in CO2 emissions. All right, our number 844-844-3388. We'll get to your calls after our news break here. Looking at the photographs, you would say, I bet nobody could have survived that crash, and that was the case. A police officer dead after clipping the back of a tractor trailer that was stopped on the shoulder of the highway in Texas this past day. Harris County on Highway 249. According to the local ABC affiliate, 27-year-old Robert Adam Howard clipped the back of the semi-truck that was stopped on the shoulder, which virtually ripped apart the police vehicle and took a piece of the trailer with it. Howard was critically injured in that wreck. Of course, he did die of his injuries later this past afternoon in the hospital. An officer escorting the ambulance, one officer fell off his motorcycle on northbound I-45 just before the Woodlands Parkway. That officer also transported to the hospital and said to be in fair condition at this hour. Then earlier in the day, the westbound lanes of I-70 in Baltimore were shut down for hours and hours due to a serious crash between a semi and an automobile. This all began a little after 2 o'clock this past afternoon in Baltimore between exits 87 and 91. Press time of this story was a little after 6:30. The westbound lanes were still closed at that point in time, I presume. I'm sure that they've got things reopened by now. But the local CBS affiliate there in Baltimore, serious crash involving multiple patients and at least one entrapment. And that's all the info they had to release at that point in time. All right, coming up, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines. Where did our inflation numbers go in the month of April? The much anticipated release after an 8.5% in the month of March. Yeah, the highly anticipated numbers were released this past day. All right, so the inflation numbers were down just a tad bit, but they were still higher than most expected. Rather than 8.5%, we are now at, it was 8.3% compared with a year ago. Prices were up 0.3% compared with the prior month. Yeah, what does that mean? We'll break down more on the numbers, but long story short, that means inflation is still rising at a rapid pace with no end in sight. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
U.S. inflation hit 8.3% in April. The Labor Department reported on Wednesday that consumer prices made that jump in the past 12 months. That came in below the 8.5% year-over-year surge in March, which marked the highest rate since 1981. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden's Tuesday press conference, where he attempted to lay out a plan to curb inflation, is drawing criticism from conservatives. Senator Rick Scott spoke to Newsmax.
That was a pretty disappointing press conference. There was no plan to deal with inflation. It was just, how does the president blame somebody else for inflation?
And gas prices nationwide are reaching all-time highs. AAA reports Americans are paying an average of $4.40 for a gallon of unleaded gas. Diesel prices are over the $5 mark. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN by coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As you just mentioned there on the news break, the inflation numbers 8.3%. Well, just a slight improvement from March. But ultimately, this is the 11th straight month of inflation above 5%. Prices rose at an annual rate of 8.5% in March. Yeah, this was the month since September of 21 that the year-over-year inflation figure was not higher than the month earlier. Economists had forecast CPI to rise by 0.2% for the month, 8.1% compared with a year ago. So numbers were a little worse than they anticipated. The core CPI, which excludes food and energy cost, rose by 0.6%, well above the 0.4% that was estimated. Now, compared with a year ago, core prices were up 6.2%, which was above the 6.0 expected. Now, after inflation, average hourly earnings for all employees fell 0.1% from March to April, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Real average hourly earnings decreased 2.6%, seasonally adjusted, April of 21 to April of 22. Yeah, the futures market showed stocks are likely to sell off after the worse than expected results. High inflation means the Fed will have to continue raising interest rates higher and at a faster pace than otherwise as they try to restore price stability. Not good numbers. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Out of the box here. What do you say, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Don't you know I read today that the older I get, the more I realize that it's impossible to please everyone. But pissing them off is a piece of cake. Is that a pretty good statement?
I reckon so. You read that somewhere, huh?
Yeah, they got all kinds of crazy stuff on the internet nowadays there, you know. How about Mr. Tom Brady? He's going to be a sports broadcaster. We'll get to hear his. You reckon he's going to have to go to school to learn how to operate that microphone?
Yeah, I think he'll settle right in. $375 million deal, though. Hell, he's going to make more as a broadcaster than a football player.
Yeah, well, and you got 7 going on 8 rings. You can demand that kind of money, right? Well, I want that big newspaper guy over there in Arkansas. No, I'm not picking on him. I just made a few statements about him, get him called in because we hadn't heard from him in a couple of days there. I want to make sure he was all right there, right?
I think he's doing fine. He did finally check in, so.
Yeah, I know it. Well, I'm not picking on him per se. I'm just talking about his bicycle and there's nothing wrong with being a newspaper delivery man. That's a good, honorable profession there, right? So I think he's doing a great job for the rest of us.
Yeah. Hey, Knucklebuster. I mean, last night and tonight both, your phones sounded kind of rough. It's like I don't know if it's kind of breaking up.
Yeah, I think I need time to get me a new Bluetooth there. So, and it could be I'm over here in Arkansas too. So I don't know. Their cell service ain't too great anyway.
Yeah.
This is I'm rolling up and down these hills there. It's Slick Willie country. You know, he's one of my favorite politicians there, you know. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, and I don't tell because I don't ask nothing there, right? She's put too much evidence out on that blue dress there. I don't know. It's let's make some more of them asinine statements there, because I'm waiting on all them old time truck drivers to stay up all night with me and wear my ass out about picking on them there, right?
There you go.
Yeah, so I say he didn't stay up all night. He went to sleep on me there. But I still love you, Big Moose. Ain't no big deal, brother. So anyway, them union freight haulers, they're the same way as them owner-operators, right? See, they have to pay somebody to protect their job. I don't pay nobody to protect my job. I protect my own, right? So, and when the thing is coming that the $10 a gallon fuel, they've already promised us it's coming, see? So why would you not believe them? The speed limiter, it's coming. You better get ready for it. You may not like it, but hey, you either roll with the flow or you retire and go home, sit down and die. And that's all of my baloney for this
That's
moment.
Knucklebuster's prognostications, all right? So, yeah, we've heard that. It's coming. I hope it doesn't come to fruition. $10 per gallon? Let me see here. Who we got checking in? Robin. It's been a long time since we've heard from Robin. Hey, Steve, we got a steak a steak-up cook-off this weekend. Shelby, North Carolina. Hope it ain't going to be raining. Rain might just wash it out. And North Carolina this weekend, the way the forecast is looking with that storm off the coast that's going to be coming back in. Looks like I think you're going to see your fair share of rain. All right. Buckeye boy, said the Braves. I'm sorry, Dean. Braves haven't been hitting all that well. They're hanging around just below 500. Once the temperatures get consistently warmer, I think we might begin hitting better. We've got some great fielding, good pitching most of the time, but a lot of these guys are still getting their legs under them, both pitching and hitting, with the shortened training camp season. All right, thanks for the update there on the Braves, Dean. Have a good morning. There's Bo. Morning, Steve. 69 degrees here at the Home 20 in Lantana, Florida. Got a 7 a.m. delivery in Miami. Then I'll take a few days off, and I'm going to go fishing. All right, Bo, enjoy that. Have a good time. I got a follow-up from the Grump this past day. And this is in regards to the speed limiters. What's his take? Which it's, of course, always just my opinion, as he said. Steve, I saw your video post about the speed limiters. Yeah, here's my take. Speed limiters are meant to be nothing more than an illusion of safety. Congress has neither the will nor the testicular fortitude to look deeply into the demographics of those drivers that are faulted for the uptick in truck-related accidents. The uptick actually began when the industry was opened up for more foreign H-2B visa drivers. In order for companies to request more drivers, they had to show a need for more drivers. The unfortunate part of bringing a foreign labor force to fill this so-called driver shortage is that they also brought their poor driving habits with them. Speed limiters do not create better drivers, whereas proper supervision and experience does. One other variable for Congress to want speed limiters is the civil suit court docket. It's become an extremely simple process to file suit against trucking companies, even when the accident was not the fault of the truck. These frivolous suits often reward the plaintiffs with large payouts, and it places the perception of guilt on the driver, which is more justification to kowtowing to big business. Plus, big companies are pushing for speed limiters because it will bolster their driver numbers with their so-called level the playing field approach. They know if all trucks are slowed down equally, shippers will look at companies with greater volume to haul their freight for a cheaper rate, rather than look at the single owner operator that will charge more but get it there sooner than the big volume trucks, which actually removes the relationship and the trust factors established between the owner operator and the shipper. No, speed limiters are not about safety, but they are about greater control over the little guy, more advantage for the big guys, and justification for more foreign labor. Because we will see a mass exodus of drivers if indeed this comes to fruition. Just my opinion, but it is all that is based off factual research. Yeah, it's a good point about those big companies, yes. 73% of which have been running governed trucks for a long time now. But how many drivers, just as soon as they get an opportunity to get out of that damn governed truck and move over to another ungoverned truck or company, if you're being paid by the mile, you can only run so many miles in a governed truck, right? It's actually a pay cut to be running in a governed truck if you're paid by the mile. Simple as that. All right, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Had the phone call from the inbred redneck earlier this week. If memory serves, did he not say he dumped like $100,000 into Bitcoin? Because his impression was that it had hit bottom. Yeah, how low will it go? Because it hadn't hit bottom. It's down about $5,000 from the point when I was speaking with him the other morning. It was 31,000 and some change. It's now down to 27,500. The report from CoinDesk says, ouch. What else can we say about Wednesday's trading in the crypto markets? Bitcoin fell to 27,700 at one point, a 16-month low, before regaining some ground, which, of course, it's now at 27,500, so it's back down. That's probably a 16-month low. A very nervous time in crypto markets following the collapse of the controversial, what they call stablecoin UST, as the majority of institutional crypto investors that invested last year are now losing money. The Terra blockchain Luna token, which was actually created as a buffer against the volatility of UST stablecoin, plunged 96% at one point after the Luna Foundation Guard, the nonprofit that was established to support the Terra network, moved their reserves into Bitcoin exchanges to try and defend the peg to the U.S. dollar. UST dropped as low as 23 cents before recovering to 77 cents later in the day. So obviously stable it was not. Bitcoin recently trading at 28,500 fared a bit better than most of the other major cryptos, kind of underscoring its status as a bit less risky of an option during these tumultuous times for the wider digital assets market. Ether, the second largest crypto by market cap, was also off, declining about 11% over the same period. The charts were even darker red and included AVAX, Sol, and Sand, which recently dropped 36, 33, and 31% respectively. Some of the popular meme coins, the Shibi and the Dogecoin, tumbled about 29 and 26% respectively. Today's market reaction to the inflation report is making it very difficult to attract any investor who might still be on the sidelines. The risks on Wall Street are growing and now include a Fed policy mistake, liquidity and credit risks, and even growth concerns. He went on to say Bitcoin remains very vulnerable to further selling pressure and could see further technical selling if that 28,500 level breaks. Well, but looking at the numbers, as I said right now, it has. It's 27,439. The numbers are going down as we speak. Algorithmic stablecoins may not be such a great idea. I won't delve into the rest of the story, but all right, it's a risky business. And again, if you jumped in last year, anyone who jumped in is now losing money. About 6 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. What do you say, Chevy Guy? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Marjorie Taylor Greene. This little Georgia woman is an amazing creature. And, it's no wonder they're trying everything they can do to destroy her influence. Watched the video, and this was before the infrastructure bill that it's already passed. So this goes back a bit. But she thoroughly explained that the battery technology and our dependence on China for that, and even something I didn't know, these power charging stations popping up all over America are being financed by a Chinese company. And she was clearly stating that why would we be handing our nation to enemies all this opportunity? It should be going to an American company. And she said she would openly primary against any Republican that voted for it. And I guarantee you many Republicans did, i.e. Lindsey Graham. So, hey, listen, we've been sold out by both Democrats and Republicans on this deal. I think they're doing the same thing to us they did over the Obamacare. All this stuff, hoop-de-doo, that we're going to fight Obamacare, but I guarantee you all them Republicans were heavily invested in pharmaceuticals and medical supplies. So, because they knew that the American people were going to be forced to buy this stuff. And, heavily invested in the insurance industry.
Yeah, let me throw this your way, Chevy Guy. I was reading this past morning that there was this research group that went out in I think it was Sacramento or San Diego. Anyway, they were looking into the charging stations. They went out. There's over 600 charging stations, and this is new technology, right? It's not like these things are 20 years old. One in four of the charging stations were inoperable. Already.
Well, that'll be a real help when you're sitting at the fuel island trying to charge your truck up, in a truck stop one day, and you know you're at the one pump out of the 4. Well, you probably have 8, so got to be at least two down.
Yep.
So, hey, welcome to the insanity. It's USA. I guess we got to do this, and they'll either fix it or we'll fail. But I think when you look at what you're talking, Knuckle Dragger was saying $10 a gallon.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at it this way. Let's get see $18 for a huge case of paper towels. Make that about $40-50. That's $1.39 a can of beans. Now it'll be about $5 for that can. Really, I was watching what milk was in the 70s, and it was like $1, just over $1 for milk. I can't believe they can still sell it for $2-3. Really, that hasn't gone up hardly at all. I still don't understand how they can sell bread for 88 cents at Walmart right now. But that bread's going to have to go up. You're not going to find a loaf of bread for less than $4. That's the cheap stuff. We need to break it down. Hey, Biden, that fuel fed America in many more ways than one.
Yep.
And our cheap energy. And listen, we weren't greedy with it. The American people worked hard, gained, and was profitable, and made profits and made a great lifestyle. But we were also very generous, and we were funding all kinds of aid to other countries, and that's just through the American people. Whenever there'd be a disaster, the American government would show up in this big hoop-de-doo with the media and everything. All they do is move in next to the Catholic Charities or Samaritan Purse. People that will be there long after the cameras leave and the government leaves, the American government, So, listen, the oil, our cheap energy was a blessing not only to us but to the world. And God bless Donald Trump. I mean, the man was right. And we know how to fix it, and it's drill, baby, drill. So, other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show. How about it?
Thank you much, Chevy Guy. I was looking at a graph here just a few minutes ago from the Eagle Ford shale there in the shale fields, right? And they've got the depiction from, May of 2014. There were 261 rigs, I guess, active in the Eagle Ford. Here we are, May of 22, 61 rigs in the Eagle Ford. And we wonder why our production numbers are down. That's a good explanation right there. 261 in 2014, 61 today. 200 less in Eagle Ford. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice Inspector General's office announced on Wednesday that one of their own employees leaked a draft report to the media that included non-public information. Fox News reports the investigation showed the worker abruptly resigned right before they and other employees were asked to submit sworn answers to a questionnaire regarding the unauthorized disclosures to the media. A New York judge says he's close to releasing Donald Trump from a contempt finding only if the former president meets certain conditions. One of those conditions includes paying $110,000 in fines accrued for failing to turn over documents in a state civil investigation. Judge Arthur Engeron said on Wednesday he'll conditionally lift Trump's contempt finding if he submits additional affidavits by May 20th. This is USA Radio News.
What life insurance policy is right for you? Ethos Life makes it so easy. It's all online. You go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. Click Get My Quote. It will take you to a cool online calculator where it will estimate the coverage and monthly cost. Then you can play around with the slider. Change the amount of coverage and cost so you get what's right for you. And when you are ready, just click apply. Answer a few questions, and that's it. No doctors, no medical exams, no blood tests. It takes about 10 minutes. It's easy, risk-free. It's one of the best things to do for your family's future. You are in control, and you get the price that's right for you, right now. The best rates are available through this exclusive radio offer. Go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. ethosliferadio.com. Go get your quote now.
Senator Rick Scott has an idea to fix inflation. He says President Joe Biden should resign. The Florida senator repeated his stance on Wednesday on Fox News, torching the president's economic policies and his confusion when discussing the issues.
Look at what his accomplishments. It's the opposite. I mean, we're in horrible shape. He doesn't even know what state I'm from. I mean, you said he was supposed to give his ideas on inflation yesterday. What were his ideas? Oh, it's everybody else's fault but his. So we know he can't do it. Let's be honest.
It's the end of an era. Apple announced it's discontinuing its music player, the iPod Touch. When the first iPod was launched in 2001, it could store 1,000 tracks. Today, there are more than 90 million songs on Apple's streaming service. The iPod Touch was designed by the same team that later invented the iPhone. Apple last updated the iPod in 2019. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is weighing in on the country's skyrocketing gas prices.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is pointing fingers at the White House for skyrocketing gas prices. He accuses President Biden of using Putin's war on Ukraine as a scapegoat for his own shortcomings.
But high gas prices and inflation are not the result of the war in Ukraine. High gas prices are the result of the war on energy.
Speaking at Rice University in Houston, Pence saying that if the Biden administration really wants to help out at the pump, they should get out of the way and stop restricting the oil and gas industry. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The FDA said it will allow baby formula supply to be released from the shuttered Abbott Nutrition facility in Sturgis, Michigan, on a case-by-case basis. In February, the agency warned consumers not to use certain powdered infant formula due to contamination concerns. But the backlog of families in search of formula won't be fixed overnight. GOP Representative Ashley Hinson, who's also a mom, spoke with Fox News.
We've asked the FDA simple questions about how they're going to make this supply chain resilient for a product that parents and families need.
And the first guilty verdict came down this week against an illegal migrant netted under Texas Governor Greg Abbott's border program. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
They'll blow smoke from Ellsworth to Blue Earth. They'll turn tires from Eagle Grove to Ogilvie. So buckle up and hang on. The 2022 season in Regions 3 and 4 is coming on full blast. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Last week, we examined the regional, national, and state schedules for Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. For you listeners in the upper Midwest, there's also a long list of championship pulling events near you. So let's get going with the states that belong to Region 3. In Iowa, we begin with a brand new event, the Wright County Fair Pull in Eagle Grove on July 8th. Then we have the Winneshiek County Fair Pull in Decorah on July 14th, and the Great Jones County Fair National Summer Slide in Monticello on July 20th. In Minnesota, the Coors Light Shootout invades the Anoka County Fairgrounds in Anoka on July 28th and 29th. The Scott County Fair in Jordan has light limited supers also on July 29th. The Throwdown at Hoedown in Houston arrives on July 30th. And the United Pullers of Minnesota will present state-level action in Wadena on June 25th, in Butterfield on July 2nd, in Barnesville on July 15th, in Herman in the afternoon of July 17th, in Perham on July 22nd, in Faribault on July 23rd, in Blue Earth on July 27th, in Montevideo in the afternoon of July 31st, in Redwood Falls on August 3rd, in Arlington on August 4th, in Pipestone on August 5th, in Austin on August 11th, in Waconia on August 12th, in Ogilvie on August 26th, and in Corcoran on August 27th. In Wisconsin, it's the Showdown in Kurdtown at the Pierce County Fairgrounds in Ellsworth on June 11th. The Full Throttle Shootout at the Fairgrounds in Lancaster on July 8th. Smoke and Thunder by the Kinney in River Falls on July 16th. The Dunn County Fair Pull in Menominee on July 30th. The Norwalk Lions Truck and Tractor Pull at Village Park in Norwalk on August 13th. The Waupaca County Fair in Wyoega on August 27th. And the Ridgeland Nationals at Eldon Lure Field in Ridgeland on September 4th. Plus, the Wisconsin Tractor Pullers Association has events in Ettrick on June 18th, in Medford on July 29th, in Colby on August 20th, in Jim Falls on September 3rd, and in Marshfield on September 10th. Pulling is also strong in the southeast, with loads of action in the Tar Heel and Old Dominion states, and they comprise Region 4. In North Carolina, it's the Robeson County 300 in Lumberton on September 9th and 10th, followed by the season-ending Southern Showdown at the State Fair in Raleigh, October 14th through 16th. But first, it's United Pullers of the Carolinas action in Pine Tops, North Carolina on May 20th and 21st, in Danville, Virginia on July 9th, in Wilson, North Carolina on August 6th, in Wilson, North Carolina again on September 21st, and in Rocky Mount, North Carolina on October 1st. And of course, we just finished up the winter-spring calendar for the newly reborn Region 6, with events in Florida and South Carolina. But they'll get going once again when the snow starts flying in those other territories, proving that there is no off-season for NTPA championship pulling. Check out ntpapull.com to find out more. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Welcome back. Round number 2 as we work our way into a Thursday here. Weekend on the horizon. I can almost see it from here. Let me see. Email steve@hotshotsecret.com. We start with an email from Country Boy. In regards to governed trucks, Steve, I've been in this business since I was 23. I'm 66 now. I'm retiring next year. I've mostly driven governed trucks, worked for 4 different companies, and I hate to disagree, but the secret to making money in this industry is to keep the left door closed and the wheels turning. Speed really plays a very small part in it. That's been my experience anyway in the last 42 years, says the Country Boy. All right, let's see here. Terry on board. Morning, Steve. All the Hot Shot Secret listeners, 75 degrees. Portage, Michigan. All's clear. Keep it shiny side up and respect each other. Little R-E-S-P-E-C-T. All right. Hey there, Ryan. All right, thank you. I got your update here. Let's see. First of all, Valley Ford Service Plaza on the PA Turnpike has a sign saying no diesel. Out. In the world of racing, though, the world of outlaws were back in action Wednesday night in central Pennsylvania for the Gettysburg Clash at Lincoln Speedway. An impressive 55 cars in attendance with the return of Casey Kane, who made his first start since taking several months off after a vicious wreck earlier this year. Jacob Allen, who's local to Central PA but travels with the Outlaws, won the 35 main event over Justin Peck and Carson Macedo. Casey Kane would make the main event, finishing 22nd out of 28 cars. Outlaw Series point leader Brad Sweet finishing 9th. The Lincoln Speedway point leader Danny Dietrich finishing 8th. The Outlaws are back in action Friday and Saturday, and Williams Grove Speedway in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Of course, NASCAR hits the track this weekend at Kansas Speedway, Sunday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you so much. Here you go, racing update. All right, back to the calls here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388 on a Thursday morning. What's going on, Rubber Duck?
I probably should have jump-started that car off the back of the truck and gone that 37 miles to the house. I would have been home by now. Oh, you read an email from that dealt with the speed limiters and the visas for the foreign drivers.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way that you can get his permission that you can print, that you can post that like the way that is? Because that, honest to God, in all my years out here in the business, that is the best thing that was ever written, and that hits the whole situation on the head to a T. He hit it all. He hit every point that we needed to hit, and he hit it without, I'm going to quit. I'm going to do, where, because you said we all fight, we complain, we do whatever, but I did send my email to my best of my ability, as short as I could, with the concerns of the split speed limits that I face, with the two states I run in the most. But what you read earlier, and I forgot who wrote that.
That was the Grump. That's the Grump, yeah.
The Grump. Oh,
yeah.
No, the Grump was right on. That seriously, that was. That's it. I went down to Columbus today, and I do US 30, a lot of red lights down to Fort Wayne. Actually, I counted at one time, it was 41 each way. I hit them all. It was a long day.
Wow.
The big fleets, and I have the videos, the big fleets are the ones that are passing me in a 60-mile-an-hour zone, and in construction zones that are 45 and 50 as fast as they can go. The guys have said this a billion times. The only governor there is the driver and his right foot. You can have a 57-mile-an-hour truck. You put him on a 45-mile-an-hour road, and he's going to try to make time up. He's going to do everything he can do.
Sure.
It's the cars. We have these self-driving cars out. I got passed by Teslas. Oh, why aren't they governed? What if they're so smart,
right?
And they
right.
can drive themselves? Why can't they read the speed limit sign? Why are they allowing that person to go above the speed limit? Because that person has the personal freedom. We'll get back to that. Had a car stolen, a Mercedes, off my truck that had been turned in from a lease. Can you please turn the OnStar on so you can track the car? This car has been in a holding yard for 90 days. No, we can't turn it on. What do you mean? Well, we will violate the leaser's civil rights. He doesn't own the car anymore. He turned it into you. You're a Mercedes. You own the car. Nope, we can't turn it on. So there we go with I think that's where we might have a leg to stand on. They cannot force somebody that owns their own vehicle and that's making a payment to do everything to be governed. Maybe that's why there's so many lease purchase deals.
I don't know where that comes into play, but that's interesting take.
Just a different take, and I'm sorry, but anyway, have a great night. Everybody be safe. Thank you, Steve, for everything you do for us. Please, people, send an email as polite as you can. This is the most unsafe thing they could ever do to our industry. I understand if you have a 60-something mile an hour truck and you're happy with that. I drove one of those. It was the most stressful 4.5 months of my life. I ran from Nashville to Alabama every day in a 70-mile-an-hour state in a 62-mile-an-hour truck. I could not get out of the right lane. If there was somebody broke down on the shoulder, I couldn't move because I would slow somebody down that could run the speed limit. Not a lot of people use that logic. So anyway, on that note, I'm going to go fight with a pillow. Listen to you for a little bit. Like the other guy said, it's not that you put us to sleep, okay? Don't take that the wrong way. You're a soothing voice. You're almost like Paul Harvey.
Thank you, Rubber Duck. Very good, yeah.
See you, buddy.
All right.
Good night.
Have a good night. Yeah, check your eyelids for leaks, as they say, right? I mean, who else we got checking in? Todd says Ontario, Canada has the speed limiters, and there are more accidents now than before for trucks. Yeah, following too close, can't pass. Kentucky Ken on board. Just getting done with my yard moves and delivering in the villa. On my way to Louisville for a hot shower. Kentucky Ken listening in on board this morning. Roy said, Steve, I think I heard the high cost of home heating oil is another reason diesel was high. Maybe I heard it wrong, but they all run together. They have running correlation. And with the issues they're having in the Northeast right now, and I think we're going to see more of, just like the sign posted on the PA Turnpike, out of diesel. I think that's going to be becoming more and more widespread. They're already alluding to, we're not even into summer yet, but we're gonna have a long, hot summer. Then here comes the fall and the demand for home heating oil in the Northeast. And they're already alluding to the fact that they may have to tap their emergency supply, which they do have. It's a relatively small reserve for the home heating oil. But after the debacle they had a few years ago, running out, they did implement a reserve of home heating oil. They're already saying they're going to have to tap it if things don't change. All right, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. We've got problems with wildfires out west. Shocking video this past day. Flames engulfing more than a dozen homes in California. Firefighters working to get control of yet another fast-moving blaze. In the southern part of the state, in a region with multi-million-dollar homes, some of which have reportedly been lost already in the firefight. Laguna Niguel, not far from Laguna Beach in Orange County. At least 12 homes were burning, with strong winds fueling the wildfire. We'll delve more into that coming up here. Again, the line's available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Heatwave sent me some photographs a couple of days ago. He was traveling out west. I think his was the fire, the big blaze in New Mexico there, which has been burning for like a month now. Yeah, back to Laguna Niguel this past day. The thick black smoke rising from the charred remains of big homes in Coronado Point. Evacuation orders issued with a reporter in local, the ABC affiliate, KABC's helicopter, indicating additional homes across the street and further in the neighborhood were also damaged. Some of the homes caught in the flames appear to be homes in the neighborhood of $3 to $5 million homes, according to the local real estate listings. Fire broke out about 2:45 in the afternoon this past day. In a 6 p.m. update, the Orange County Fire Authority said an evacuation point was established with 60 different types of resources battling the flames. Water dropping helicopter on scene, combating the fire with crews requesting a fixed-wing aircraft for assistance. Crews watering down as many homes as they can, trying to stop embers from sparking and adding to the already growing flames. Anyway, communities under the mandatory evacuation because of the fast-moving fire. Residents are expected to make the proper preparations. Evacuations for Coronado Point and Pacific Island Drive areas. Then there were voluntary evacuation orders in effect for the Balboa Eyes and Molten Meadows neighborhoods. All right. Students participating in after-school activities at Laguna Beach High School were evacuated as well, according to the school district there. Temporary shelters have been opened up. I do see on over to New Mexico again. The expanding wildfire in New Mexico is encouraging residents in the nearby Los Alamos National Laboratory to make preparations for imminent evacuations, according to the report this past day. That news 2 days after authorities announced that Los Alamos County and the laboratory would be placed on high alert status due to the ongoing Cerro Pelado fire. New Mexico Fire Information also reported that a red flag warning is still in effect for the region due to the sustained windy, dry conditions and low humidity. These conditions are going to continue to grow the fire. The strongest wind gusts occurring in the late afternoon and early evening hours. before they're expecting a dry, cold front to move through the area. Weather conditions, difficult terrain, and environmental hazards will continue to challenge our suppression efforts. Firefighters and line safety officers are using lookouts, communications, escape routes, and safety zones to protect the line personnel. Communities in the area use a set of stages known as Ready, Set, Go. According to authorities, the communities remain in the set stage, which means be ready as soon as the word go, you got to go. If the communities were to transfer, it would give residents a 24-hour window to evacuate. According to the National Interagency Fire Center, New Mexico right now has 7 other wildfires in the southern and northern parts of the state that are also forcing evacuations and destroying homes, with more than 1,000 personnel on site fighting the fires there. 1,000 firefighters, but just, wow. And then, I guess, just making things go from bad to worse. Heatwave did mention, he said, I'm hearing about La Nina, the weather pattern known as La Nina, which is supposed to be, according to forecast, an intense La Nina pattern, is going to actually enhance the wildfire activity. Cooler than normal temperatures across the country have produced significant severe weather events from Louisiana to Kentucky. The patterns suggest an already active wildfire season will continue through the summer into the fall. The rapid temperature changes. We've seen a lot of tornadic activity in the spring, but the weather pattern, the La Nina, the Pacific Ocean pattern, defined by cooler than normal waters along the equator across the eastern and central Pacific. I mean, the Pacific Ocean is vast. It greatly influences the global weather patterns. And during La Nina years, parts of the world see wild swings in temperatures and stronger weather events. And that's been pretty much the theme so far this year. With that, though, we'll get our news break here and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
U.S. inflation hit 8.3% in April. The Labor Department reported on Wednesday that consumer prices made that jump in the past 12 months. That came in below the 8.5% year-over-year surge in March, which marked the highest rate since 1981. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden's Tuesday press conference, where he attempted to lay out a plan to curb inflation, is drawing criticism from conservatives. Senator Rick Scott spoke to Newsmax.
That was a pretty disappointing press conference. There was no plan to deal with inflation. It was just, how does the president blame somebody else for inflation?
And gas prices nationwide are reaching all-time highs. AAA reports Americans are paying an average of $4.40 for a gallon of unleaded gas. Diesel prices are over the $5 mark. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN, buy coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, where we leave off there? Get back to the calls. There we go. Who we got on the line? But is that Plowboy by chance?
Yeah, good morning, Steve.
What are we doing, Plowboy?
Down here trying to enjoy the weather down here around Huntsville, Alabama. Trying to work and do a few other things.
Gotcha.
Got your pool all up and there going?
Oh, hell no.
Why not?
No.
You're going to say, damn, it's too late. But
it won't be long.
Night,
probably be a few weeks, I guess.
Okay.
We typically try to open like Memorial Day weekend, so that's That's just around the corner, ain't it?
Yeah, what? Yeah, you ain't far off, no.
About
18
about
days.
3 weeks, yeah.
But just enjoying working. Couldn't get nobody to work. Hell, I ain't complaining. But real quickly on this speed limiters, the other night you had somebody call. You had one jackass, and you had one that had some brains. I'm sorry, that one up there out of Memphis. I got something to tell that boy. If you buying your truck, paying cash for it, leasing it through the bank, or however you want to call it, Steve, run it like you want it. And for him, a company driver, hey, the ones that run 65, 70 on the cruise, have fun. But the ones that are paying for these damn trucks, well, no, there's no. We don't need to be collared anymore. We were collared with these e-logs. I mean, it just got nothing but worse. And what the other night you brought up some, turned out, come to find out, but not a dang thing to do about safety on e-logs. It was more control.
Exactly.
All this garbage.
Yep.
But, for the price of fuel, have you looked at, no, I can't afford it this year. How much are these cruise lines going to go up now?
Good question. Yeah, with the price of, because the amount of fuel, those ships, I mean, they suck an incredible amount of fuel up.
Yeah, I was reading where one of them oligarch yachts over there, he had just pumped in $500,000 of fuel somewhere. And it's like, that's for a yacht. We know these cruise lines, they're a lot bigger than the damn yacht.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's getting worse. Really, it is. Especially when somebody like you, most young, has got a good outlook on everything. You keep saying where it's going to stop, we don't know. And I mean, it's. I ain't really thinking about you. I ain't really thinking about myself. Our grandchildren. See what in the hell they're going to go through. How much worse is it going to get? Are we going to go back to a third world country before we get the crap stopped? That's where I'm at, sir.
Right. I mean, listen to these numbers. You mentioned the cruise ships. How many gallons of fuel does a cruise ship use? A large cruise ship, ranging in length from, say, 900 to 1,100 feet, might hold 1 to 2 million gallons of fuel. What?
$4 million worth.
Wow. So, I mean, I don't know what the cost of the fuel for them is, but I think they had to transition to the ultra-low sulfur diesel, haven't they? And
yeah, because they got kicked out of the bunker fuel.
if they have 1 million gallons, you're paying $6 million for a fill-up.
Yeah. And how long does it take? Now, you may not be able to answer this. Do they fuel only before they leave off on the cruise, or when y'all make a port of call somewhere, do they take more on, or can you answer that?
No, I've on the cruises we've been on, they've always they fuel when they're in the port there, and when you depart. Yeah, I've never seen one taking on additional fuel at a stop. But it says on average, a large cruise ship will consume up to 250 tons of fuel per day, which is about 80,000 gallons per day.
80,000 gallons of fuel a day?
A day.
Damn, brother. That's at Pennsylvania rate, $6.75, $500,000 a day. Damn. Wow. Unbelievable, sir. I mean, good grief. Don't know.
Here's a good number. It says the cruise ship, the Celebrity Eclipse, gets 56 feet per gallon. 56 feet. That's hard to fathom, isn't it?
Damn, that's eye-boggling, Steve.
It is. Yeah.
56. You can do this simple math. You got the calculator there at your desk. I know. 5280 is a mile. Divide 56 into that. That's how much fuel they're burning in a mile. Yeah.
Anyway, depending on the cruise ship, anywhere from 30 to 50 gallons per mile.
Here, I complain about 4 gallons, 4 or 5 miles a gallon.
Yeah.
Maybe they need. I know how they can. Now, I'll tell you what you can do. Call your cruise lines that you cruise with. Get them hooked up on Hot Shot Secret to reduce that fuel bill.
They need some everyday diesel treatment, don't they?
I mean, that's crazy damn numbers. It is ludicrous, sir. But I don't know. Hey, I'm going to have to get out there. I did have one last question since I did hear you complain. Are you ready to change the names on your red and white shirts? It says the Reds and go over to the Cardinals.
Oh boy, yeah. I've got those red shirts in the closet, and you know, when I'm going through each evening, I say, nah, I'm not going to wear my red shirt tonight. It's just embarrassing.
I'm sorry I had to do this. I had to call in for Mr. Smith because I know he'd be bringing you a new
Oh
one.
yeah, yes he would. Yeah. Well,
But now one question: are they going to get better and come back to do something after the All-Star break?
I don't know. That's I guess what they won again yesterday. So are they on a roll right now? I don't even know what their record is.
They're not. We could be a lot better. We could. I think we're barely about 5, somewhere in that range. I can't. We're working in night shift, but last Sunday evening we were talking about the race. You were brought up. We were talking about that. You were talking about the race and how good the Chevrolets and the Fords been, and how bad the Toyotas. Now is everything going to change? Are they going to put a debacle in the All-Star race like they did that one year? Remember the Chevrolets was kicking ass and turned around after the All-Star race in Charlotte. Something happened, Furniture Row. I mean, they took everything.
Yeah.
Remember that race?
I do. Yes.
And one final thing on that. What did Joey Logano, when he rear-ended William Byron, what did that remind you of?
I said it reminded me of Dale Earnhardt.
No. You're close. Remember when Matt Kenseth knocked the hell out of Joey Logano in 2015 in Martinsville in that race, took him out, and Matt Kenseth got to sit on the sidelines for 2 races? That's it. And I honestly, I think Joey needs to sit on the dang sidelines for a couple, 3 races. Really, I do. But
it was just a little bump and run. Come on, you look back in the archives. Dale Senior, he was notorious for that, right? Get up there, give him a little bump, give him a little tappy tap on the rear, get him loose, and then go on around. Yeah, I pulled up the stats here. Reds have now won 7 games, seven wins, 24 losses on the season. So I don't know. It's not like they're on a roll, but I guess they've got a little bit of momentum, right? They're 10.5 games back. So in this early in the season. So our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Plowboy bought up cruising. And I haven't looked into cruise line costs in a couple of years. Undoubtedly, they've added on the whole fuel surcharge thing, which they've had that for years. But as the price of fuel goes up, they'll tack on a per-day charge for every individual on the ship, covering the cost. But how about this couple I found this past day? Imagine retiring early, spending the rest of your life on a cruise ship, visiting exotic locations, meeting interesting people, eating delectable food. It's got to be the billionaire's fantasy, right? Not according to 53-year-old Angelyn Burke and her husband Richard. They're living their life hopping from ship to ship for about $44 a piece each night, so $88 per night. They've been on a cruise ship pretty much for an entire year now and have no plans of going back to their lives as landlubbers. Our original plan was to stay in different countries for a month at a time and eventually retire to cruise ships as we got older, she said. But a few years back, we started crunching the numbers. We realized we could start sooner than expected. We love to travel, and we were kind of searching for a way to continuously travel in our retirement that made financial sense. We looked into deals that would include like loyalty memberships, factored in the potential sale price of our home, and realized, hey, our dream is totally affordable. The rough math kind of makes sense. It cost them $88 per night to live on a cruise ship. That's $33,120 a year. Now, they say the average price of a home in Seattle, Washington, where they lived, the average price of a home, $958,000, which would come with a mortgage that cost about $50,000 a year. Plus, of course, on the cruise ship, you don't have to pay for groceries. Now, they say we've spent a lifetime being responsible, we've been frugal, and we've saved, we've invested in order to achieve this. We're not We were not into materialistic things. And it's very leisurely. You don't have the complications of booking hotels, restaurants, transportation, and we're staying in our budget. One thing that they obviously have to be concerned about is the COVID, but since leaving their jobs in the mainland, they've been on a 50-day cruise around the Adriatic Sea, taking in the sights of Europe. They've been on a 51-day cruise from Seattle to Sydney, Australia. They really love cruising to Italy, Canada, Iceland, and the Bahamas, but they say their favorite is Singapore. All right, life in the lap of luxury, living on the cruise ship. I don't know. I really enjoy cruising, but we've done some of them 10-day, 9-night, 10-day cruises, and typically by the last day or so, most of us are saying, I'm ready to get back home. I don't know. Maybe that's because the money's running out, right? Obviously, they can't spend a whole lot of time in the casino. But what do you say, Jolly Green?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Now, I got some suggestions on those cruise ships and those airliners. We need to follow our president's example, and we need to find electric engines for these
cruise ships?
For these big ships. And we also need electric engines for those big jet engines to conserve fuel. That's an idea. Now, I can't imagine being on a cruise ship for over a year. How are you supposed to deal with seasickness and motion sickness? I tell you what, and the times I've been on a cruise ship, I can barely walk from one end of the boat to the other, especially when the waves were pushing that boat from side to side.
Yeah, was it the waves or was it the skull busters? Come on.
No. My wife and I, we drink Diet Cokes there. I very seldom ever drink, if ever. So no, I'm not like that. Come on.
They can get to rocking and rolling. I guess I'm one of the lucky ones. I mean, of all the cruising we've ever done, I actually only had one night for some reason, where I actually got kind of seasick. I never threw up, but I was really, really nauseous. Just didn't feel well. But
right.
I'm pretty good about not getting seasick.
I had the same problem. And of course, there's Dramamine you can get.
Mm-hmm.
But I enjoy going from port to port with no problem. But I can imagine doing it for the year. In my opinion, it'd be better off to just fly to each destination. You're better off to do it that. It's great on a cruise ship, no doubt.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to tell you, I read an article yesterday you're going to find a little bit hilarious. The horse jockey that won the Kentucky Derby was invited to the White House.
Uh-huh.
And I busted out laughing at what his reply was. But he basically said that if he wanted to see a horse's butt, that he could have come in second. So he basically turned down the invitation, if you get my drift.
Yes. Now you realize that was just a Facebook meme that didn't really happen. That's all a joke.
I don't know, but it was funny, I'll tell you.
Yes,
so I just thought that bring that to your attention. Also, I want to ask, did Sex Maniac ever get Rambler out of jail down there in New Orleans?
Yes, he did. Yeah, bailed him out last night. We did. Rambler did get the check in there at the tail end of the program. So.
Well, that's good to hear. I realize, Gilligan said that Sex Maniac was trying to get him out of jail, so I thought maybe I would check in and find out about that. But I definitely believe that those electric engines on the cruise ship would really work, okay? We need to get in touch with Tesla and have them to start working on that kind of an engine, I mean, that's a lot of money for that fuel, So, Either way, that's all I got for you tonight. I am listening. Also wanted to tell you that Rubber Duck that called in on the app, your app, I could not hear him at all, Steve. I can hear you loud and clear. And right now I'm talking to you on the phone through your computer, and it's loud and clear. So I'm going to try going over onto YouTube and on Facebook and see if I can hear things a little bit louder. But Rubber Duck, I couldn't hear at all, Steve, and I don't know if it was his phone or if it was the app. I'm not real sure, but I want to bring that to your attention.
Yeah, Rubber Duck was his audio was a tad bit low, and then Knucklebuster, his phone was just cracking up and breaking up, so he was hard to hear too. But I think most everybody's been coming through pretty loud and clear. Jolly Green was loud and clear. All right, you got a couple minutes before we hit news update, top of the hour. A couple of other tidbits to touch on here. We got, Bill said, good to hear from the plowboy. Don't stay away so long. Yeah, I think he's back he called in about a week ago, and I think he's only called in like 5 times since we've been on this, the new venture here in the Hotshot Secret Bunker, but he'd been a daytime guy. Driving days, solar-powered kind of thing. He's actually working nights again, so he's planning on checking in a bit more often. Yeah, Bill also said, I'd like to hear from the Grump as well. Okay. And it is 844-844-3388. We talked about the wildfires earlier. Yeah. Not looking good in Colorado, they say. Yeah, for what I felt like was a rather long, extended, cold winter, apparently they didn't see nearly enough snow in Colorado to recover from the ongoing mega drought, they say. And now Colorado said they're seeing the snow that they did get melting way too quickly. If we continue at the current rate, we're probably going to be looking at a complete meltdown by the end of this month or early in June, according to the Colorado Climate Center, who spoke to the Denver Post. That's not good. That's way too soon by a number of weeks, they're saying. But more to come here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice Inspector General's office announced on Wednesday that one of their own employees leaked a draft report to the media that included non-public information. Fox News reports the investigation showed the worker abruptly resigned right before they and other employees were asked to submit sworn answers to a questionnaire regarding the unauthorized disclosures to the media. A New York judge says he's close to releasing Donald Trump from a contempt finding only if the former president meets certain conditions. One of those conditions includes paying $110,000 in fines accrued for failing to turn over documents in a state civil investigation. Judge Arthur Engeron said on Wednesday he'll conditionally lift Trump's contempt finding if he submits additional affidavits by May 20th. This is USA Radio News.
What life insurance policy is right for you? Ethos Life makes it so easy. It's all online. You go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. Click Get My Quote. It will take you to a cool online calculator where it will estimate the coverage and monthly cost. Then you can play around with the slider. Change the amount of coverage and cost so you get what's right for you. And when you are ready, just click Apply. Answer a few questions, and that's it. No doctors, no medical exams, no blood tests. It takes about 10 minutes. It's easy, risk-free. It's one of the best things to do for your family's future. You are in control, and you get the price that's right for you. Right now. The best rates are available through this exclusive radio offer. Go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. ethosliferadio.com. Go get your quote now.
Senator Rick Scott has an idea to fix inflation. He says President Joe Biden should resign. The Florida senator repeated his stance on Wednesday on Fox News, torching the president's economic policies and his confusion when discussing the issues.
Look at what his accomplishments. It's the opposite. I mean, we're in horrible shape. He doesn't even know what state I'm from. I mean, you said he was supposed to give his ideas on inflation yesterday. What were his ideas? Oh, it's everybody else's fault but his. So we know he can't do it. Let's be honest.
It's the end of an era. Apple announced it's discontinuing its music player, the iPod Touch. When the first iPod was launched in 2001, it could store 1,000 tracks. Today, there are more than 90 million songs on Apple's streaming service. The iPod Touch was designed by the same team that later invented the iPhone. Apple last updated the iPod in 2019. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is weighing in on the country's skyrocketing gas prices.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is pointing fingers at the White House for skyrocketing gas prices. He accuses President Biden of using Putin's war on Ukraine as a scapegoat for his own shortcomings.
But high gas prices and inflation are not the result of the war in Ukraine. High gas prices are the result of the war on energy.
Speaking at Rice University in Houston, Pence saying that if the Biden administration really wants to help out at the pump, they should get out of the way and stop restricting the oil and gas industry. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The FDA said it will allow baby formula supply to be released from the shuttered Abbott Nutrition facility in Sturgis, Michigan, on a case-by-case basis. In February, the agency warned consumers not to use certain powdered infant formula due to contamination concerns. But the backlog of families in search of formula won't be fixed overnight. GOP Representative Ashley Hinson, who's also a mom, spoke with Fox News.
We've asked the FDA simple questions about how they're going to make this supply chain resilient for a product that parents and families need.
And the first guilty verdict came down this week against an illegal migrant netted under Texas Governor Greg Abbott's border program. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Another hour underway. What are we looking at here? Hey, we lost Kentucky Ken. He was holding on there. Guess he had to take care of business. Sorry we missed you, Ken. I had to coming up. Quick look back to Colorado, though. Yeah, the snow melting way too fast. So the drought conditions are going to get worse, exacerbating what officials there are saying could be the worst wildfire season in their history. Now, last year was pretty bad, wasn't it? Already, fire restrictions appear to be more common than normal, and they're kind of questioning whether the state is prepared for another devastating wildfire like the Marshall Fire. That one burned a record number of homes and businesses in December. As an example of the meltdown, they explain that the San Juan Mountains in the southwest quarter of the state, the snow there has been melting at a ridiculous rate, she says. They should still have an 8.5-inch snowpack, and they're already down to like 2 inches. Mountains in northern Colorado doing a little better, but ultimately the earlier meltdown means the water's going to be absorbed quickly by the parched soil, and of course you have the evaporation. More drawn-out meltouts, which usually last till at least the middle of June, typically stretch this water supply out more efficiently, kind of recharging the dry waterways and the plant life. But they had windy, sunny conditions in the month of April, low humidity levels, a lot of evaporation. All right, thirsty atmosphere with the dry conditions as the snow melts. Some of the state's waterways, like the Colorado River, the Gunnison, the Rio Grande, and the San Juan rivers, may see a short-lived uptick, but ultimately the below-average water flows are going to continue to be a problem. That's all going to depend on, technically Colorado could still see some colder temperatures and maybe some snow in the coming weeks. But right now, the forecast doesn't really show that on the horizon. It's not, they're not to that point in the season. Colorado can see snow well into June, and even occasionally you get a cold system in the month of July. That's been known to happen. But all right, get back to the phones here. The getaway man on board. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. Long time no hear.
How the heck are you?
I'm good. Hanging in there. Back to listening to the show again. Been back for a little over a year now. Matter of fact, that's what I called to tell you about. It's kind of an interesting way I had to go about finding the show, because when you went off the air from the other place in November, that was November of what,
2020, yes.
Yeah. I missed the show for a couple of weeks, and I didn't even find out you weren't there anymore until like early November or early December. I'm like, oh my God. And I said, all right, no problem. Well, Steve he'll end up back on the air somewhere sooner or later. And I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting. And after about 3 or 4 months, I'm like, I ain't heard nothing. I didn't know where you were. I'm like, I know he's out there somewhere.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah. And I said, but I can't find him. Nobody seems to, everybody I've talked to didn't even know where he was or anything. I'm like, all right. And I got to thinking about it. You had to turn into a regular Dick Tracy here. I figured it out. I know where he's at. Ed, Mr. Motorcoat.
Yeah.
So I called him. I told him what was going on, and, well, he knew already, but I'm still telling him I can't find the program. He said he's on YouTube and everything. We talked for a little while, and he explained to me what had happened. And by the way, he wanted me to relay a message, and I'm sorry it took me so long to get back to you with this. But he told me to tell you basically, he basically told me to tell you that, no hard feelings, and he wished you all the best.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff like this here.
Yeah. We got to see Ed. We got to see him there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. So we got to chat briefly. Didn't get to spend a whole lot of time with him, but yeah, it was good to see him.
Hello.
Yeah, we're still here, getaway man.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I thought my phone cut out for a minute. Yeah, well, like I said, he told me to tell you sorry. He was kind of sorry about the way things had turned out and the way things had gone down.
Yeah.
But he was more than happy to tell me where to find you, and he said no hard feelings. And he wished you all the best. And he told me to make sure I pass that along when I get a hold of you again sometime. I guess I've been sitting on that way too long, and sorry about that, Steve.
That's quite all right. That's all right.
But I'm glad you're back on the air. Looks like we've got most of the old gang back on the air with us. I did want to ask, how did the smart guys, say like the Lone Ranger, how did he find you? Now, the reason I bring his name up is because I know he's retired. How did he find you? Did he email you or what?
Well,
I didn't have your email.
It's, I think the greatest way, Facebook. He's a friend on Facebook, and, I've got like thousands of Facebook friends, and that's where, an overwhelming majority, we were trying to push the word out on Facebook. But, aside from that, there wasn't for a brief period of time, we did actually air a spot there on 700 for anybody that was still listening during the overnight hours. For about a month, they ran a spot where, announcing Steve Sommers is back via the podcast and whatnot, overnightdriveradio.com. So some folks actually heard that.
Man, I'm gonna have to get caught up here some kind of how or way. I don't have a Facebook account. I'm not on Twitter. I don't Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
I was very suspicious and apprehensive of these formats when they first came out, and I guess my redneck self just wouldn't allow me to get on Facebook or Twitter, so I said heck with it. I didn't, and never even thought about that, but I would have if I had known it would have helped me find the program and find out where you were at again.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I was only off for about a month and a half because, they got things, got the bunker built and everything. January the 11th, so it was, I guess, right at 2 months. I was gone.
Who built the bunker?
Hot Shot Secret.
What, to your specifications?
Well, yeah, kind of in a roundabout way. Yeah. Well, we all work together.
But my God, it looks like it because the joint looks like a broadcasting pallet.
Yeah, most of that was Kyle Fisher and Josh Steinmetz, Josh the tech guy, and they came down here and they worked from scratch. I mean, this was nothing, and he came up with all the ideas, and he bought all the signage and everything, and put all the soundproofing on the walls and all that. So, yeah, it's a pretty nice looking little bunker, huh?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we'd like to say they did a really fine job. Hats off to them. But there is one small problem I see with the bunker.
What's that?
One small little problem. They're gonna have to correct it. Serious. One sign in particular, the Volvo sign. Yeah, it makes the bunker look really crappy. They're gonna have to take down the Swedish Peterbilt sign.
Okay. Oh, boy. Yeah, the Volvo sign. You notice almost all of them are about the same size Volvo. That was the smallest render. It's almost like we're giving them favoritism or something with their larger logo. But yeah, I think we got most of them up there.
I just like to pick on Volvo every other chance I get.
Yes, sir.
Well, anyhow, good talking to you, Steve, and I guess I'll let you go for now and let somebody else have a shot at getting into the night.
All right. Well, I'm glad you found this getaway, man. I took your number down here as a first-time caller to the program. We're going to get you a $60 code where you can go to hotshotsecret.com and order you some product, get you some stiction eliminator, and depending on I don't know if you got a diesel, you own truck, or are you a company guy?
I'm a company driver.
Okay, so just get something for your everyday automobile or pickup. If you have a diesel, get the diesel extreme. If you got the automobile, just get the gasoline extreme, and try that combo out. Stiction eliminator on the oil side, and the gasoline or diesel extreme in the fuel side. And I think you'll become a regular Hot Shot Secret user.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Like I said, I've been listening for over a year now. I'm interested in some of their products. I'll give them a call and find out exactly which ones I need to beef up the old rides. Anyhow,
There you go. All right. Well, thanks for checking in, Getaway Man, and don't be a stranger now, so you know where we're at, and you've been listening for a while. So, another voice we haven't heard in a while. Speaking of, there's a voice we've heard, less than 24 hours ago. Horse Feathers got you coming up. Eagles on board and room for you at 844-844-3388 this Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good to have you on board on a Thursday, working our way into the 12th day of May. What else we have under the industry headlines this morning? Yeah, the drugs that just continue to pour into the United States. More than $18 million worth of methamphetamines discovered in a semi-truck at the border over the weekend. This was at the World Trade Bridge connecting Laredo to Nuevo Laredo this past Saturday. According to KSAT News, a 2013 international semi was hauling stainless steel scrap metal into the U.S. when it was inspected by Border Patrol agents, a canine officer, and the imaging system used to reveal 912.8 pounds of methamphetamine hidden inside the trailer. The 33-year-old Mexican truck driver was promptly arrested. His identity and charges have not been released. The estimated street value, though, of the drugs in question, approximately $18.25 million. And while we're on the border, the driver of the semi that was found with 100 migrants, illegals, in the trailer, now facing federal charges. The truck broke down in Ganado, Texas last week. But more information has been released since that time. Fox 29 reports the driver is identified as Cody Denise Hartman, who had apparently run out of fuel. Stopped on the side of the road when a trooper pulled up to assist. She told the trooper she was hauling energy drinks, but got nervous when the officer requested the bill of lading. During the interaction, the trooper heard banging coming from the trailer. And when he opened the door, somewhere from 65 to 100 people began scattering. Ultimately, only 65 have been detained so far. The tractor and trailer were found to have fake license plates. Officers were unable to locate a bill of lading. But once in custody, she told investigators she was contacted by a friend of a friend who offered her $800 to make a simple 5-hour trip to Houston. Hartman then drove to a Love's in Donna and picked up a tractor trailer with an unidentified Hispanic female in the passenger seat. The unidentified woman allegedly took photos of her license before they drove and threatened her family if she spoke with police about the deal. Eventually, the two ran out of diesel, and that's when the Hispanic woman got out and simply walked away, leaving Hartman to sit for an hour before a trooper arrived. Now, she said she had never opened the back doors of the trailer, and she thought there were energy drinks in the back. Now, evidence collected from her phone apparently showed conversations in which she appears to have known there were actually people in that trailer. All right, it is 844-844-3388. And back to the calls. See what's going on with horse feathers. What's happening?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. There, thanks for taking my call. So as far as the cruising was going, when we got done with that cruise there back November of 2019 there, I would have stayed right on the boat for another 8 days without any problem. I wouldn't have thought twice about staying right on the boat.
Would you?
So, yep. No, I wouldn't have had any problem at all. If I'd had a ticket to continue on, I would have stayed there for, and gone right on again. Not even got off if they let me. So, I hadn't gotten done exploring the Carnival Magic yet. There was still more to do on there.
Yes, sir.
So anyways, but you talk about fuel and stuff. You ought to check into the Mardi Gras. The Mardi Gras was the newest ship that was being put into service there after we're getting off the Magic, and of course that one burns natural gas. So it'd be interesting to see how that ship's running with the LNG and how that's making out and what that ship's doing. But anyway, so we got this deal here with I'm not sure about if the road's open, I-70. I haven't checked myself yet to see if I-70 is open here in Baltimore. I did see some photographs of it there. It was pretty ugly there, and there was one truck involved there, and the first two initials were a J and a B. I don't know if that means anything or not.
Okay.
But anyways, the car was pretty ugly. I don't know. And then there was one other truck involved accident that was on the Baltimore Beltway. It was actually two trucks together, and they had the one part of the Beltway tied up there pretty much for the whole afternoon. So I'm not sure. Like one had run right in the back end of the other. So I don't know what was the reason for the whole thing to happen of that nature either. So anyways, we got this baby food formula shortage here that we're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
And now there was some baby formula that was FDA approved that has to be recalled because it's causing sickness, illness, and death in infants that are taking it. But so people were questioning how to get more formula and what they can do to get formula in that and about making their own. And the FDA came out and said they do not recommend people to make their own baby formula because it might not have all the nutrients without their approval. Now, would you really trust the approval of the FDA to approve whether you have all the nutrients in the baby formula that you're making from home, that you know where pretty much all the products are coming from, when they can't even regulate what has out on the market that has to be recalled, that's actually causing sickness, illness, and death? You want those people to tell you what you can give and not give your children? I'm like, okay. But anyways, I came up with an idea here because they I guess they had the vote in the Senate there about the anti-abortion stuff, and it was pretty much a waste of time because they knew they weren't going to have the votes they needed to pass the bill that they were trying to pass through.
Correct. A total waste of time.
Yep. So not just total waste of time, total waste of money. We always forget to add the money part to that because it costs a lot of money to have our government in operation. So anyways, but I was thinking, we got all these pro-choice people out there who want to be able to have abortions. Now, thinking outside the box here, do you think those women, do you think any of them are lactating at the time they're having the abortion, that, they're in the process of generating milk at that point? So if we required them to donate milk in a certain amount of pints a day or whatever to be able to have the abortion, to supplement the formula need in this country right now for the other babies that people wanted to have, do you think we can regulate them to maybe put them on milking machines or something and have them donate?
Line them up like cows in the barn to milk them every morning? Is that it?
Yeah, twice a day, Your Honor, morning and night, twice a day. But I don't know. So anyways, I don't know. What else could we have going on? I don't know. I think that's about as far as we can go with this. And we're at the bottom of the hour, and we're supposed to say 844-844-3388 and get on the line. And get this Horse Feathers guy to come up with something better than that, or get off the air.
You're gonna milk the mamas. All right, Horse Feathers, have a good morning. Yeah, we're up to news break here, bottom of the hour, about the halfway mark in our Thursday edition. And yes, room for you at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice Inspector General's office announced on Wednesday that one of their own employees leaked a draft report to the media that included non-public information. Fox News reports the investigation showed the worker abruptly resigned right before they and other employees were asked to submit sworn answers to a questionnaire regarding the unauthorized disclosures to the media. A New York judge says he's close to releasing Donald Trump from a contempt finding only if the former president meets certain conditions. One of those conditions includes paying $110,000 in fines accrued for failing to turn over documents in a state civil investigation. Judge Arthur Engeron said on Wednesday he'll conditionally lift Trump's contempt finding if he submits additional affidavits by May 20th. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a couple more from the email bag. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Vic is on board this morning. What do we got here? Steve, the U.S. Navy is experimenting with seawater-powered ships by extracting hydrogen via electrolysis, also using magnetic aircraft launches from carriers rather than steam power. Yeah, then there's the whole sustainability ESG movement. Yes, the climate is changing. Always has, always will. Plate tectonics and continental drift is a bigger issue than greenhouse gases from fossil fuels. Yes, that's the bigger story. All right, hello to Santa Claus. Headed into work now in Elk Grove, California, with 62 degrees here. Final destination will be Nellis Air Force Base in Sin City. All righty, Santa Claus out. Good to have you on board. Yeah, Steve, thank God for Joe Manchin. His vote in the Senate this past day, which made the vote a 51-49 on the abortion bill. Yeah, Chucky Schumer very PO'd about that. Yes, the Senate, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, they were looking to what they say, what would you say, codify abortion. Trying to get a step ahead of the Supreme Court, I guess you'd say. Legislation to make abortion legal defeated in the Senate this past day. Solid Republican opposition, obviously. Democrats seeking to head off the impending Supreme Court opinion that's expected to overturn the nearly 50-year-old Roe versus Wade decision, with 49 votes in support and 51 against what was called the Women's Health Protection Act. Technically, it was 11 votes short of the 60 votes that they needed to be fully debated in the 100-member Senate. Like I said, even without Joe Manchin, if Joe Manchin had gone with the other Democrats, they would have still been 10 votes shy. They knew going in. Of course, all 50 Republicans voting to block the bill, joined by one Joe Manchin. Before the vote, more than 24 House Democrats, mainly women, marched from the House of Representatives to the Senate chamber, chanting, "My body, my decision." They then entered the Senate chamber and sat quietly along a back wall while the senators debated abortion rights. Now, back last September, the House actually voted 218 to 211 to pass an abortion rights bill that was nearly identical to the Senate bill. Then the president issued a statement right after the vote. Once again, as fundamental rights are at risk at the Supreme Court, says Biden, Senate Republicans have blocked passage of the Women's Health Protection Act, a bill that affirmatively protects access to reproductive health care. You mean abortion? This failure to act comes at a time when women's constitutional rights are under unprecedented attack, and it runs counter to the will of the majority of American people. To which you've got to say, Joe, whose numbers are you looking at to see it goes against the majority of the American people? Because it does not. Republicans in Congress, he says, not one of whom voted for this bill, have chosen to stand in the way of Americans' rights to make the most personal decisions about their own bodies, families, and lives, which is an absolute falsehood as well. When the Supreme Court, if the leaked opinion stands, it will not outlaw abortion in this country. Damn it. It will simply go back to the states, where you will then have conservative states with conservative leadership elected by the people in those states. Then you'll have the lefty Looney Tunes like California, New York, and Illinois, and Colorado. The laws will differ from state to state. It's by no means, it's a false narrative to say this is going to outlaw abortion. It will not. Wake up. All right, looking at 19 before the hour. All right, Eagle's on the line. Morning, what's happening, Eagle?
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to say one quick thing about that, and then I'm going to get on to the trucking situation. You know, I'm glad that they came up with that decision today, Steve, but like I forgot to tell you that last night, but the other guy they called in last night, I forgot what his name, he said the same thing I said. All those people out there that protest, and you had a nerve to go to somebody else's house, you know, these guys on the Supreme Court.
Right.
I want to ask those people, how would you feel if somebody was out in front of your own protesting and causing problems in front of your house? I don't think you would appreciate it. And like I said, whether you support abortion or not, that doesn't give you the right to go to somebody's home and stand outside and yell and scream your disapproval. You know, it's just totally ridiculous. And besides, like that one guy said last night, I forgot what his name was. He said it's against the law to do that anyway, to go to somebody's home, Supreme Court justice, and yell and scream your disapproval for whether they like abortion or not. So I'm glad that the deal didn't go through, so we don't have to hear about it anymore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad it didn't go through. But like I said, you know, these people nowadays, it's all about, you know, with this new so-called woke generation, they think they can do whatever the hell they want to do. But like I said, hopefully things will change and they won't get their way and look like they didn't get their way this time. So I'm glad to see it happen like that. Now, let's talk about this situation, Steve, at the border. I talked to you last week about this new drug that's out, fentanyl, and what the devastation that is causing in America right now. And you know, that's the least, Steve, that's the least Joe Biden. Okay, it's obvious that he don't give a damn about the illegal aliens coming into the country, and running roughshod on things just to bogart their way in. But the least Joe Biden can do, Steve, is shut down this drug fentanyl from coming into the United States. That's the least this idiot can do, is shut that down. Because this drug here is this is a devastating drug, Steve. Mm-hmm. You already know about it. I told you about that video I seen a couple of weeks ago about Philadelphia. They got a place up there in Philadelphia. I forgot what the name of the street is. These people are walking around like zombies. This drug totally takes your mental mind away from you. You just sit around all day long in a state of just, like a zombie. They got people living in a park. It's just ridiculous, trash, garbage everywhere, and this drug is devastating. That's the least Biden can do. Is at least shut the border down for the drugs. But he don't even give a damn about that. Like I said, his speech yesterday was basically a slap in the face to anybody. If you call yourself an American, if you wasn't offended by what Joe Biden said yesterday, then you're not an American as far as I'm concerned. Because first of all, he keeps blaming Vladimir Putin. Last time I checked, Steve, Vladimir Putin hasn't stepped foot into the United States since Joe Biden has been in the White House. Last time I checked, maybe I don't know. Maybe if he did, I don't know about it. But I don't think Vladimir Putin has visited the United States since he's been in the White House. But he keeps blaming him for the high gas prices, the inflation, and everything else. But instead of looking at the man in the mirror, no, Joe Biden, my man, the only person to blame for everything that's going down is you. Because he's the one that, it's not even worth talking about, Steve. This guy, it's been done on purpose. A couple of months ago, Steve, about a year and a half ago, I thought that this might have been done, just by stupidity on Joe Biden's administration. But it's obvious at this point, Steve, you can't make this many mistakes and it not be on purpose. With the border deal, the drugs, the homeless situation, the food prices, the gas price, the list go on and on and on. Nobody's that stupid. All this is being done on purpose. Well, for what reason, I don't know, but it's definitely been done on purpose. And like I said, like the one guy said yesterday, Biden, if he had any kind of pride about himself, about himself and his so-called family, he would resign in disgrace. That's right. Walk out of the White House with a grocery bag over his head, like the NFL teams used to do, poke some holes in it. It's just a complete embarrassment. Don't even show your face when you walk out of the White House. Put a grocery sack over your head and just walk out and get the hell out go back to Delaware and disappear, as far as I'm concerned, because this is a total joke, Steve. Now, let me say this about this other guy who's causing some serious problems the last couple of weeks, and that's the guy. I keep saying, Vladimir Putin. This guy here is only a mission, and it doesn't look like this guy here is gonna end this deal any other way besides him owning Ukraine. Like I say, the United States. That's one thing. And you know how much it hurts me to give Joe Biden any kind of credit whatsoever, Steve. But I will say this: Joe Biden is in a no-win situation right now when it comes to Ukraine because we can't take really serious military action due to the result of Putin having nuclear weapons, and we don't know if this man is capable of using these things. So we can't really go in that direction, and we definitely don't want no ground troops on the ground. So we're really in a no-win situation. All we can do is try to supply Ukraine with the military materials that they need, and hopefully they can get the job done. And but at this point. But at some point, if that doesn't work, Steve, we can't go into an endless war. At some point, we'll have to make a move on Putin and maybe end this thing, because innocent people are being killed, and it makes absolutely no sense what this guy is doing. And here's one thing that Biden does have right about this, Steve. As much as I hate to say it again, is that a lot of the food supply, the wheat and other things do come from Russia and Ukraine, and some of that stuff is being shut down. So that might be one of the reasons why we're having these high food prices, as much as I hate to say it. But still, the other countries out there that we can get these things from, and besides Russia and Ukraine, and Joe Biden needs to do that and utilize. And one other thing, to that one guy that called in last night, I forgot what his Lone Ranger, we both know who the man is. Like I said, Joe Biden is an empty suit. We both know who's running the United States, and he used to be the former president before Donald Trump. And he got he said he wanted to be a three-term president, and it looked like Barack Obama, even though he wasn't elected as a president, he's running things. I promise you that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Hey, you mentioned the drugs. I shared the $18.5 million of methamphetamine pulled out of a truck over the weekend. Yes, the fentanyl that is pouring into this country. He's talking about the video out of Philly's, the streets of Kensington. Yeah, there's actually some people that on a daily basis, literally get out there and drive around the blocks, several blocks, known as Kensington. Just videoing, what's happening in Kensington today. And it's just gut-wrenching to see the people that are slumped over, and the overdoses that happen every day. The numbers just released this past day in the United States, according to the National Center for Health Statistics, again, this past day, we saw more overdose deaths than any other year ever recorded. We saw in excess of 100,000 people lose their lives last year. It is unacceptable. We're losing a life to overdose every 5 minutes around the clock, according to the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy. Axios reports that this milestone is a 15% increase in overdoses from the year 2020, which actually saw an uptick during the COVID pandemic. They said at least 107,622 people died from overdoses, a significant increase from 93,655 in 2020. The 100,000 threshold was passed in November last year. Alaska saw the most significant increase in overdose deaths last year. They were up 75.3%. Now, the doctor says that is why President Biden's new national drug control strategy signals a new era of drug policy centered on individuals and communities, focusing on the actions we have to take to reduce overdoses and save lives. So that plan apparently highlights the priorities: expanding access to evidence-based treatment, particularly medication for opioid use disorder, advancing racial equity in our approach to drug policy, enhancing evidence-based harm reduction efforts, whatever that means, supporting evidence-based prevention efforts to reduce youth substance abuse, reducing the supply of illicit substances, that might go a long way, advancing recovery-ready workplaces, expanding the addiction workforce, and expanding access to recovery support services. 7 points, the outline, but 107,000 plus. It's hard to imagine an overdose death every 5 minutes around the clock in this country. Sad. And we shall return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, it would truly be something straight out of a Hollywood film. In the air, in a plane, although it'd be a small plane, single-engine Cessna. You have no idea how to fly, but the person that does is unconscious. I have no idea how to fly the airplane. The pilot on the Cessna 208 had gone incoherent. The passenger was telling air traffic controllers, this happened Tuesday afternoon. It was a serious situation. Air traffic controller Robert Morgan, a certified flight instructor, was on a break when the call came in from the plane. plane that was headed out from the Bahamas. I rushed over there. I walked in the room, and it was really busy, and they're like, hey, this pilot's incapacitated. The passengers are flying the plane. They have no experience. I said, oh, boy. He learned the passenger on the line had never flown a plane, but had been around aviation, and they had seen other pilots fly. But amazingly, he said he remained very calm. I don't know how to stop this thing if we actually get on the runway. But Morgan had never flown this particular model of Cessna either. He pulled up a picture of the instrument panel and just started to guide this individual, I guess you'd call him a student, in the step-by-step process. You try to hold the wings level. See if you can start descending for me. Push forward on the controls. Descend at a very slow rate. Try to follow the coast, either north or southbound, as we're trying to locate you. But he then made the decision to guide the aircraft to the area's biggest airport, helping the passenger-turned-pilot position his aircraft 8 miles out from Palm Beach International, just so we could have a really big target to aim at. But together, they got the Cessna to touch down on the runway. Something that takes technically about 20 hours to learn if you were actually going through flight instruction. In Morgan's view, he said the landing was, I'd rate it a 10 out of 10. How about that? Other pilots were stunned as another air traffic controller relayed across the airwaves what had just unfolded. And they actually have the audio that was captured by the live ATC nets. I guess we could have go back and listen to the actual conversation. But yes, something straight out of a film. All right. Speaking of Florida, Philip's on the line. We'll get Philip coming up right out of our news break just ahead here. Yeah, Big Sexy's on board and room for you at 844-844-3388. We shall download the latest update. Did you see Nancy Pelosi had made her way to Ukraine? I've seen some interesting conversation. Someone this past day said, here's the woman that supposedly was, she was scared out of her mind. Fear for her life. On January the 6th, you recall, because these Trumpsters were coming in. She feared for her life, but she actually flies into an active war zone. They've got the video footage of her and apparently Pencil Neck Adam Schiff actually over there together, shaking hands with Zelensky in Ukraine. No sort of bulletproof armor, no flak vest, no helmet, no nothing. So Nancy Pelosi apparently not scared to be right out in the middle of an open war zone, but she was scared to death on January the 6th. Would you, if you had to place a wager, who do you think the most unpopular congressional leader is? Yeah, if you say the woman in the blue suit, Nancy Pelosi, undoubtedly, yes, tops the list. Give you more on that coming up. Let's get our news break, though. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Senate Democrats failed to advance a bill seeking to ensure women's access to abortion in a vote designed to draw a clear contrast with Republicans ahead of a potential Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. The bill that would have allowed for abortion up until birth went down in a 49-51 vote. Senators Joe Manchin, Susan Collins, and Lisa Murkowski joining the rest of the chamber's Republicans in voting against it. Americans are not bothered by rising COVID-19 cases. That's according to a new Gallup poll, which said under 1 in 3 American adults are very or somewhat worried about getting coronavirus. The worry level for U.S. adults is the lowest Gallup has recorded since last last July. President Biden spent part of his Wednesday visiting a family farm in Illinois. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular gasoline set a new record today at $4.40 a gallon. That's up 3 cents from yesterday and up $1.42 over last year at this time. And this driver tells NBC News,
"They're ridiculous, man. Can't, seem like you're working for gas."
A 15-gallon fill-up costs around $21 more this year than last. An escaped inmate is back behind bars in Alabama. Casey White was arraigned last night after arriving from Indiana. That's where he was caught Monday with the corrections officer accused of walking him out of jail on her last day of work. Vicky White, no relation, shot herself in the head as police closed in and died hours later. It's believed they had a romantic relationship for at least 2 years. The entire week is Nurses Day. On Wednesday, it's National School Nurse Day. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. The greatest radio shows of all time, classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online, just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A private plane passenger with no flying experience ended up having to land a plane after a pilot suffered a medical emergency on Tuesday. The passenger radioed air traffic control in Palm Beach, Florida, saying that he had a serious situation here. Air traffic controller Robert Morgan, who's also a flight instructor, then guided him and he safely landed the single-engine Cessna at Palm Beach International Airport.
I just kept him calm. And he stayed really calm, and I just kind of talked him through everything. I told him how to use the brakes when he got on the runway and just to kind of reduce the power, so he can start a slow descent to try to land on the runway. And about 300 feet, he kind of disappeared off our radar scopes. And I said, "Hey, can you still hear me?" Because I didn't want him to get nervous. And he said, "Yeah, I'm still here." I said, "Okay, when you get in closer to the runway, it's going to get bigger, and that's when you want to start really reducing your power." And the plane just landed.
Morgan speaking there on CNN. Millions of people are bracing for a heat wave. Temperatures are expected to jump 15 to 25 degrees across the central states from Colorado to Indiana. The warmer weather begins today and will continue tomorrow in Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin, where it could get into the 90s. Take us with you wherever you go by searching for USA Radio News, wherever you download your podcasts. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Since symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome in to a Thursday. All right, everybody back on the same page. As we heard the news break there, gearing up for the heat wave. Dealing with triple-digit highs down in parts of Texas and Oklahoma for several days. And all that heat continues to expand to the north and east. As they've been watching that storm that actually snuck finally off the East Coast, Mother's Day weekend, discussions about it possibly garnering some tropical characteristics, which it has not done. It's looking less and less likely. It's just going to actually end up bringing rain, and maybe quite a bit of rain along the especially coastal areas and on inland over the weekend. But we're looking ahead a few days here in the 8 to 10 day outlook forecast, saying they're on alert for the possibility of a pre-season tropical system that may form over the northwestern Caribbean or in the southern Gulf of Mexico. Looking ahead toward the 20th to the 25th. Noting that one or two disturbances may travel across the Caribbean and may track northward toward the southern Gulf of Mexico. The key conditions that could set the stage for what could be the first named storm, kind of minimal. Wind shear and warm ocean water temperatures, well, wind shear's going to be low. So that would enhance the possibilities of development. Now, when your wind shear, the sudden increase in wind speed or change in direction is low, the waters are plenty warm enough. So you got plenty of moisture available. A weak low pressure area has a greater chance to evolve than if the wind shear's high. And there's no shortage of warm water in that part of the Atlantic basin right now. Temperatures are actually running a few degrees above average. Water temperatures from the Caribbean to the southeastern Gulf of Mexico right now ranging from the low to mid-80s, so well above the minimum, which typically they say it's got to be, water temperature needs to be about 77 degrees to see that tropical development. One thing that some parts of Florida could actually use is some rainfall. So should a low-end tropical system develop and wander near Florida, non-flooding rain wouldn't be a bad thing, actually. Portions of the south and southern Florida are in moderate to severe drought, and there have been some troublesome fires as of late, including a blaze that recently torched more than 23,000 acres in the Everglades, they tell us. Now, of course, you don't want to get too much rain in too short of a time. But anyway, keeping an eye on maybe some early tropical development. Hurricane season officially gets underway on June the 1st. So just around the corner, that time of year upon us once again. Hey, good morning, Philip. Y'all geared up for your tropical season?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're about a month out, so a little bit less than a month at the beginning of June. Yeah, you're right about that water temperature. That hotter that water is, that just gives it more stuff to feed off of. I mean, we seen that a few years ago with Hurricane Laura. That thing turned into a monster. So, yeah, it's getting that time. It's getting that time. They'll build up down there in the south and come up. They're also looking at Africa, too, the stuff coming off of Africa, building up again, going across. So it's that time again. Just got to batten down the hatches and deal with it. It's one of our things. And you are right, Steve. We've been really hot down here lately. If you look at our 10-day forecast out, after the next couple of days, it's going to be in 90s pretty much for the next week. I mean, we're looking at, low to mid 90s, somewhere around in there. We've been getting pretty hot. Last couple of days we've been in the 80s. It hasn't been too bad, but you are right, though. We are lacking a lot of rain down here. I know in the county I live in, we have a burn ban right now, and they've even got the code enforcement out there. Last week I was outside just on the grill cooking some chicken, and a lady came by and told me the code enforcement. She said, that's not our charcoal grill. I said, no, ma'am. I said, it's just a gas grill. She said, well, that's good because we don't want you to use charcoal right now with charcoal or wood because we've got a burn ban. We don't want anything getting caught on fire. So even code enforcement's looking at it down here. So, but I heard Horse Feathers talking earlier about the baby formula. My first son was premature, and I had to go and get formula and all that to start with. And that formula, there's a reason why the FDA watches it. It's a lot more than nutrients, depending on what's going on with the child when they're born. Depends on what's in that formula. And I wouldn't even think about making that stuff at home. It's not because I want to save money or anything like that, but there's certain things that formula has in it that something that's going on with the child that could mess them up. So I feel for the folks that have to go out and find that formula now, because I've been back almost 30 years ago that when I had to go do it, it was a pain trying to find it back then, depending on what kind you had to get for your child. So, but you got to do what you got to do for your child.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of things going on with that Ukraine thing. Did you see the footage of Jill Biden over there, Steve, with the First Lady of Ukraine?
Yeah, that's about a week ago, wasn't it?
Yep. And I don't know what's wrong with our leadership, but it seems like to me, and I've said this before about the presidency, why would you be sending dignitaries and people over there, even Nancy Pelosi, she knows she's, possibly the third person in charge of this country. Why would you send them over to that country if you know that there's a lot of a potential threat to them. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's one thing when you send the high-ranking military officials, which we did a couple of weeks ago. Our high-ranking military officials were over there talking with them.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's another thing when you send the president's wife over there. And I've said it before. You know, there's a lot of times that I'm seeing the vice president with the president in certain situations that don't need to be happening. And you know, we need to clamp down on that. I mean, we got to protect ourselves here, and our leadership needs to protect. You know, we need to protect our leadership, because when things do go down the tube, they're the ones that are going to be making the decisions on what's happening. I just don't see it happening. And it ain't just Biden. It's been happening for years. Probably the last 20, 30 years I've seen it happening. I mean, now I know the vice president and the president need to meet, don't get me wrong, but I've just seen it a lot the last few years. And about that pilot that landed at Palm Beach.
Yeah, how about that?
A lot of people don't know that you know, air traffic controllers, those women and men, they're a lot more than just sitting behind a radar looking at a scope all day long, and that there's a reason why their job is hard. It's not as easy as everybody thinks it is. And luckily, and that's just luck of the draw, they had a person, which your newscast just said it, that was a certified flight instructor. So that flight instructor knew how to teach that person to get that plane down. That was a good thing that person was an ATC person, you know, and they look at those qualifications when they hire people like that for those jobs. So kudos to them. I mean, it was a good thing he was in the right place at the right time to help that happen. And that's not the first time that's happened, Steve. Can you picture somebody flying in a domestic flight and have the pilot and the co-pilot both go down in a domestic flight with a big plane?
That would be. I mean, what are the odds of being able to talk someone how to land a big plane? I mean, I guess a Cessna might be one thing, but man, a major airline, that would be pretty scary.
Okay, well, picture this, Steve. Could you picture? Well, we all know about 9/11. We know what happened at 9/11. How about if those people that were on that flight that crashed out in Pennsylvania, how about if they would have subdued everything and got on the radio and got a hold of a flight controller and said, hey, how do I fly this airplane to land it? That could have possibly happened. And you know what? It could have been a situation. We don't know. We weren't on the airplane, but that situation could have happened. That plane could have not crashed. Those people could have been saved. That could happen. I mean, I know all this technology we have, the computers and whatnots out there and everything, but if you got people that are learning on this Microsoft flying software that know how to fly a military jet, you know, and can go and fly a plane into a building, you know, what's to say, you know? I mean, it's just the technology's there, but it is what it is, Steve, and that's pretty much all I got today, bud. I appreciate your time, and thanks for having me.
Have a great morning. Thanks for checking in there, Philip. All right. I've been watching, just tuning back and forth because I touched on Bitcoin earlier, and it's been in a free fall this morning. Right now I'm looking at 25,784. I mean, it's at like a 16% drop in the last 24 hours. They said once it dropped below that 30,000 number, it could drop further. Then they said if it goes below 28, which of course it did several hours ago, but I mean, just since we've been on, it's dropped a couple grand since I brought it up about 2 hours ago. Again, 25,784. And the numbers, of course, they fluctuate up and down, but I don't know how low will they go. Part of this is the cryptocurrency trading platform, Coinbase, as it's known. Coinbase lost half its value in the past week, including the biggest one-day drop Wednesday, this past day. The crypto market is in another big-time slump. Coinbase reported a $430 million net loss in the first quarter, or a loss of $1.98 per share, declining sales and active users. Analysts were expecting profit of about 8 cents per share. So that's how far they were off. Thinking it's going to be an 8-cent profit, $1.98 a share loss. It's unlikely that those results surprised investors. Coinbase Global Incorporated declined 43% in the 4 days leading up to the earnings release on Tuesday. And then, of course, yesterday shares fell 26% to $53.72 per share. Now, on the day of the initial public offering, just 13 months ago, the share price was $429 per share, again, down to $53.72 this past day. Hey, boy, you talk about volatility, volatile times. It's 22 past the hour, and our number 844-844-3388. We return in two. Plenty of room for you. Big Sexy got you coming up next on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, promise we can get back to the calls here, so let's do that. Big Sexy hanging in there. What's going on, Big Sexy? Hey, did you have another scorcher of a day there yesterday?
Yeah, it got pretty hot. It's been in the 90s here, so.
Yep.
It's right now it's 75 degrees at 2:30 in the morning almost.
Wow.
2:30 in the morning. It's almost 2:30 here. I kind of agree with what Horse Bears had to say there. I'll volunteer to milk them.
Okay. Hey, boy.
I think Horse Bears got a good idea for once. You hear them say that the mother's breast milk is the best thing for a child.
That's 100% correct. That's
Yeah.
yeah.
But I seen where the resident idiot's already called in tonight. Not only taking shots at me, now he's taking them at Big Move.
Yeah, back and forth you guys go.
Yeah. Well, I ain't worried about him. I got better things to worry about him anyway. But I know, I know you said you had open lines, so I thought I'd fill one of them. Everything else going okay?
I can't complain. Thursday, got a big weekend coming up. And, granddaughter, her birthday was actually yesterday, but got the big birthday party coming up Saturday for little Aubrey, 2 years old.
Well, tell her I said happy birthday, then.
They're planning to get one of those those backyard bouncy houses, where the kids get in and jump around. I said that they're going to get a bouncy house, and I don't know. I guess they're planning on having a pretty good crowd over there at my son's house.
Sounds like she'll have a good time.
As long as we don't have any high winds. I've seen them damn bouncy houses take off before. That's airborne.
Yeah, you get high winds, you might want to keep her out of it.
Yep, exactly.
But all right, well, y'all have a good weekend and enjoy her birthday, and I'm going to back out of here and listen to the rest of the show.
All right, have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. That frees up another line. Yes, your favorite congressional leader. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, rated in the Rasmussen Reports poll as the most unpopular congressional leader. Poll found that the 82-year-old Congresswoman had an unfavorability rating of 60%, with 50% finding her very unfavorable. Among those faring just a little better, Chucky Schumer with a 53% unfavorability rating, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell with a 58% unfavorability rating, and Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy with a 41% unfavorability rating. As obviously one might expect, more Democrats than Republicans or non-affiliated voters of either major party had a favorable impression of Pelosi. 63% Democrats, 14% Republicans, and 29% for the independents. There are 34% of Democrats that view Pelosi unfavorably, though, including 23% that have a very unfavorable opinion of their party's House leader. Now, on the Republican side, 83% of Republicans and 63% of unaffiliated voters have an unfavorable impression of Pelosi. Just like Pelosi, Schumer generates much higher unfavorable ratings from his Republican counterparts, which that's to be expected. All right, plus or minus 3 percentage points. According to Breitbart, both Schumer and Pelosi both made waves last month with their joint press conference where they tried to blame oil prices on the oil companies. It's the oil companies, nothing to do with our policies. All right, news break time to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice Inspector General's office announced on Wednesday that one of their own employees leaked a draft report to the media that included non-public information. Fox News reports the investigation showed the worker abruptly resigned right before they and other employees were asked to submit sworn answers to a questionnaire regarding the unauthorized disclosures to the media. A New York judge says he's close to releasing Donald Trump from a contempt finding only if the former president meets certain conditions. One of those conditions includes paying $110,000 in fines accrued for failing to turn over documents in a state civil investigation. Judge Arthur Engeron said on Wednesday he'll conditionally lift Trump's contempt finding if he submits additional affidavits by May 20th. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. mypillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. What are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. Cue the Twilight Zone. A House subcommittee is going to be holding a hearing next week about UFOs. Oh boy. This, they say, will be the first open congressional hearing about UFOs in more than 50 years. Wow. Congress has not held a public hearing on unidentified aerial phenomena in over 50 years, according to Andre Carson, Democrat from Indiana. Yeah, that's going to change next week when I lead a hearing at the House Intel on this particular topic and the national security risk it poses. Americans need to know more about these unexplained occurrences. So coming up next Tuesday, the 17th, in front of a subcommittee on the House Intelligence Committee, chaired by California Representative Adam Schiff, pencil neck. As Schiff tells the New York Times, the committee is holding the series to explore one of the great mysteries of our time and maybe break the cycle of excessive secrecy and speculation with truth and transparency. Because anything that comes out of Schiff's department, it's truth. 2 current Pentagon officials will be testifying at the hearing after the New York Times published the article about the existence of a Pentagon UFO project, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, back in 2017. Government disclosures have become repeatedly. Last year, the Pentagon released a report about the UFO program. They detailed 143 sightings of objects that could not be explained, dating as far back as 2004 to as recent as last year. That report was considered to be pretty underwhelming because much of the information had previously been disclosed, and a lot of the report really just looked for additional funding for the Pentagon. But a classified version of that report apparently was obtained earlier this year by a government transparency organization, the Black Vault, which they say appears to have far more interesting details. Since then, the website Motherboard and other internet sites have obtained hundreds of pages of reports and research on futuristic technology funded by the government under the AATIP program and related programs. The Barack Obama Presidential Library has also said they have thousands of pages of UFO documents. Cue the Twilight Zone. All right, Eagle back on board. I want to follow up. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I wanted to say some more trucking note. A lot of people been talking about the speed regulation deals on these trucks. But I got something that's even more. I had to turn down a job. I forgot to tell you that I had to turn down a job a week or two ago. I told you this before. A lot of these companies, a lot of these truck drivers are complaining about, like I say, the speed. But one thing that I refuse, and I told you that before, is these cameras. And this was a high-paying job that I turned down. But they have the cameras inside of the truck, which I have no problem with facing the road. But I have a real big problem with a camera facing the driver 24 hours a day while you're inside the truck. That's one of the newest technologies out there, Steve, that a lot of companies are putting in these trucks to keep an eye on drivers. Not only are they watching you, but they're also listening to your telephone conversations. I knew a guy that got fired from a job. They try to say that when the truck is parked, that the camera is not in operation and the microphone is not in operation, but that's not true. This guy was he was bad-mouthing the company, talking bad on his cell phone to his girlfriend one night, and next thing you know, they called him into the office and told him that he had been terminated, and they on reason unknown, but they just called him in and said, "Well, you no longer work here anymore." So my advice to people out there, you better stop being worried about the speed of the truck. You better be worried about these cameras that they're installing into these trucks to keep an eye on you on a daily basis. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's an invasion of privacy. But like I say, it's just more and more stuff that they're taking away from truck drivers, Steve. You know, with the electronic logs, you know, they're going to eventually have to maybe, I believe, Steve, I've been doing this since 98. When I started, we had the paper logs, and you seeing your money is going down. And like I say, like I always tell you, I'm not going to waste my time arguing with anybody. The slower you go, the less money that you're going to make. That's the reason why so many people are complaining about the speed, Steve. I've already looked at it. If you drive a truck at 70 miles an hour for 11 hours, and then you put another truck on the road running 62 or 65 miles an hour, you and I both know who's going to cover the most miles in that 11-hour period. That man running faster. You add that up over a 7-day period, you add up how many miles you have lost driving that slower truck that's running 65 or 62 miles an hour. You're going to lose money with this new deal. The only way that I can see the government, Steve, being able to do what they want to do when they want to lower, they're going to have to up our pay. You can't expect these drivers. You got people out here driving right now, Steve, that's making $500 a week for people like Warner, CRST, some of these starter CR England. That's not, you cannot, with the inflation, with things being as high as they are now, Steve, you can't take care of your family making $500 a week. I was making $500 a week back in 98 when I started driving, and it didn't go that far back then, so I can imagine what it does now.
Mm-hmm.
So these trucking companies, if they want to install this type of technology in the trucks, or I mean the government or whoever the hell is wanting to do it, they're going to have to up the pay. Me personally, like I said, Steve, as much as I hate to get out of trucking, I'm looking for a local job right now. Those people are the ones making the most money because those people get paid by the hour. Some of these people like UPS, Avery Express, and other companies are paying $20 to $25 an hour or even more. You actually get paid for what you do. When you, like I say, when you get running about a mile, you're getting ripped off so bad it's ridiculous. So, like I said, I'm looking for a local job right now at this point to where I can actually get paid for what I do. And I advise anybody out there that's got experience to do the same thing, because with all these new rules and regulations, the only person that's going to lose is you, and the companies are going to get richer and richer. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, some trucking comments there from Eagle this morning. Good to have you on board. Hey, what are we looking at for the first time? Maybe we've got clear lines wide open at 844-844-3388. On the chat, we said, say hello to Rick there in Columbus. Rick Friend on board. There's the Mud Dog. Hello, Steve. Wind that rubber band as tight as you can get it. Another day, another dollar. And thanks for all you do. And thanks for being with us, Mud Dog. Soma said about an hour ago, Bitcoin was trading under $27,000. You know, for the last 18 months, it's had a pretty solid price floor of 31,000. He says if it closes below 31,000 today, supposedly the next floor, the next price floor is $10,000. That would be ugly. Like I said, in just the past hour, I saw it as low as 25,700. It's bounced back to 27,300. And it's just, it was down 16% here within the last hour. So obviously it's just crazy, bouncing back and forth. But 27,000, that's way below that 31,000 mark, right? Yeah, I had heard the concern was closing below 30,000, and then, the next floor. Where is it? Where's the bottom? Guess it'll be another interesting day to watch. Volatility. And there's the Sundance Kid this morning. Hey there.
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Good.
Good. Oh, man. All right, so right now is the time to buy Bitcoin. You better buy it today and get your money in there. It's good. This is what you do. You buy low, you take it to the top. Number two, I don't understand the difference between an ELD and a paper log, because they both say the same. In the paper log, you have to do all the work yourself. The ELD does the work for me. I don't have to do nothing.
Well,
How far I get.
The difference is going to be the ELD. Supposedly, now I've heard conflicting reports on being. I guess you can make changes. I guess the office can make changes, but you can't fudge on your ELD. You can't run two ELDs like you can on the paper log. It's supposed to guarantee that everybody's running in compliance.
Right. Okay. Well, if you're running two logbooks on paper, you need to get out of this industry, because you can't do the job the correct way. And you're driving down the rates because you're running illegal. Get the hell out. We don't need you out here. I'm sorry you don't make enough money. You need to get more mile, or it's not about the mile. And you can only work 8 3/4 hours a day and in an 8-day period. So it don't matter if you run 72 or 65 or 55, you're only going to work 70 hours in an 8-day period. So if you get there early, okay, you got there early, now you got to sit. The other guy, it's the tortoise and the hare thing. You can just, slow 55.
Well, Eagle's point was 100% correct. I mean, you can't deny if you're governed at 62 versus a truck that's going to go 70 or 75 in a 75 state. The truck that can go the faster, if you're paid by the mile, you're going to make more money.
Right. I can tell you.
And those numbers are going to add up. You add up a week, then you add up a month, then you add up 12 months.
Okay.
Guarantee in a year's time, you're making a hell of a lot less than you otherwise could.
Okay, well, here's the thing. If you stop and get coffee and you run 72 and you stop and get coffee every 2 hours, I will beat you in a 55-mile-an-hour truck, because you're going to stop. We're going to go both at the same 10-hour break at the end. I just don't stop as much. So we're going to be even. It doesn't matter how fast you go. It's how long you can go fast. and if you go...
Well, if the guy in the 70-mile-an-hour truck doesn't stop any more than you do, I mean, you're making it sound like if you got a faster truck, you stop. There's no reason to stop more often in a faster truck.
Oh, I know, but they do. They do.
They do?
They run. They get they run. They want to stop and talk to the waitress for 2 hours. That's fine. But while you're doing that, I just pass.
Sure. Well, okay.
Okay. And now we're going to get the same 10-hour break. I might even beat you to. I have trucks pass me all the time. They pass me again. I'm still ahead of them, and at the end of the day, we're at the same spot at the same time. I see it all day long, but that's cool. But the thing is, the paper log, I don't care what you do, you have to show that you were at that place at the same time. You have to show that I don't care if you was there for 3 hours, you had to show you were there for 3 hours. So you can't. It doesn't make any sense. The ELD does the same thing paper does. They should stop printing paper logbooks.
Now they gotta have them gotta have them for the backup. When your ELD goes down, you got 7 days to get it fixed.
You got 8 days worth of you get 8 days worth of paper logs. That's fine. Get it fixed. But the people that are running paper and running illegal, I'm sorry. I run 160,000 miles last year. It's all about being efficient. And the company I work for is so efficient. I have zero delay.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, Sundance, but you know, and I know, everyone finds themselves in a circumstance. Not that you want to be a renegade or breaking all the rules or running two logbooks, but you've had to have been there. If your clock is going to run out, you're running up on your 14 or you're running up on your 11, and you're 50 miles from home. On your paper log, you damn it have to stop.
Sorry.
And you could have got home otherwise.
But I have to stop. I have to stop. I do it. You know why? I get paid good money not to break the law. I made over $300,000 last year when I come back out.
Sure. That means you're a good, upstanding citizen because you never break the laws. But I guarantee you that, the best of the best have found themselves in a situation previously, before the ELD, where they would take that extra 30 minutes or 1 hour to get to their... you're ready to get home for a 34-hour, and you're going to spend another 10 hours out there waiting to get home.
It's terrible. I know, but you know what? You can't do it. You can't do it. Things happen. If you can stop If there's a traffic issue, you could have made it. Okay, that's fine. But you know what you're going to do already. I mean,
right.
I mean,
Well, the sad, the sad part is again that it's confirmed that the statistics have proven things are not safer out there since the ELDs have been implemented. That was supposed to be what it was all. It's not any safer.
Oh, I know, because you got the same idiot driving the truck. That got nothing to do with the paper law. It's about idiocy, about not knowing how to drive a truck to begin with. If you run past your skill level, you're done. You know, so it doesn't matter if you got paper or ELD. You're still going to be an idiot if you're an idiot. That got nothing to do with it. But that's all right. But you know what? Stop. And I hear the story about I was almost a half hour from the house. Yeah, that's fine. I give you that. But that's not what you're using it for. You're using it so you can keep on running, driving down the road.
Yeah, I mean, some may have been doing that. I don't know. Undoubtedly, there were those that were doing that. But I mean, at the same time, you're running the risk, of course, and that was always the risk you're taking. If something happens, and if it's, I mean, I understand you're 30 minutes from the home 20, but if you find yourself in an accident and heaven forbid somebody dies, was it worth that risk? That's the risk you have to take. But yeah, many were willing to take that. All right, just differing opinions. All right, we get 8 before the hour. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, rolling toward news update about 5 minutes away. Let's get back to your calls. Yeah, it looks like the Rambler checking in this morning. Hello, Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve. And I had to disagree with that previous caller. I mean, I obviously, I don't know how long he's been doing this. I'm not going to judge no one. That's not my position. But I've been doing this 25 years. I've been an owner operator at one time in my life, and I had to run 2 log books. And that's just the way it was. That's how we had to make money. And the key is not only just running 2 log books back then, but you had to keep that left door closed. You plan your trip outs, and you do what you had to do. I'm guessing that old fella's one that wants to be hauled produce. He was going to sit at different stops all day long, taking 2 days to get loaded. You know, your father always said you got to find your niche in this business. You know, when I was hauling produce going out there to Castroville, Salinas, and Watsonville, you know, they paid me $90 a pickup. So what I had to do, Steve, to find my niche in it, and of course I probably got cussed out, threatened, and people wanted to kill me, was I go get $300 or $400. I get on that loading dock, find the Latino that could speak English, and say, hey, I need to get my freight now. Well, your load's not ready. And then slipping $40, I need my load now. You see, your load's still not ready. $20 more? Yeah, put it that dock door right there. You know, the ELD is good, like for me when I'm running local. But if you're running a business and you got, you know, a number of trucks like I had once had, you know, you got to keep those wheels moving. And if you ain't got the guy or the team pushing your truck, you have to become the team. Freight rates get drove down when you have companies like the Great Pumpkin Patch and up north, or you have the one that's making all the you see them on TikTok in reels of slow wagon and fast traffic or whatever, you know, coming in there, you know, cutting the owner operator, making $3.50 a mile, and them saying, well, you know, why are you paying that owner operator $3.50 a mile when we can haul that freight for $1.50 a mile, and pay some rookie out of school 28 cents a mile, and here he is thinking he's making big money, you know. So like I said, I don't know how long that fella's been driving, and I could be wrong. And if I am, I apologize, but I just don't see making $300,000 a year doing that either. Ain't no way. And I could be wrong, but because I know I made that kind of money at one time in my life, and I was running 2 log books, Dirty Diapers, and my stepmother ran team, and I seen them gross over $500,000, but they were running team, and that truck was always moving. It never stopped, Steve. So, but anyways, praise God. And I know you coming up on the break, and I never want to judge anybody. I'm not judging. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I don't think I'm wrong. And like I said, I missed the old 10-8 rule. I hated whenever Bush got in there. He changed, you know, his transportation secretary changed up everything and screwed everything up. And one more thing. I've never taken truck driver crank to get from point A to point B. I've been totally sober. I've had to rely on coffee, sodas, whatever I had to do, and plus two log books to get there, you know. And when you have a company and you're one of their top drivers like Monkey Gouger was, and they're depending on you, then you do what you have to do to get it there. And I tell you what, if I'm a half hour away from the house, I don't care what they say. That computer is going to get thrown out the daggone window. So I'm going home.
I hear you.
That's what's going to happen, you know. And I'll just take that I'm going to butt you in later, Steve. But yeah, I ain't stopping. No way. I'm going home. HOME. Kind of like old Justin Wilson telling that story about that old boy from Opelousas, Louisiana. I know it's 3 o'clock. I'll make this real fast. You know, his battery died in his truck. He got on that auto hauler, turned on the headlights on one of them cars he was hauling. He was bound and determined to go home. So, but anyways, God's children, old brother Rambler loves you, Y'all take care. God bless, and we'll catch you on the other side. I'll holler at you later.
Thanks for checking in, Rambler. It's all right, top of the hour news break, and we'll come back with our final hour on a Thursday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice Inspector General's office announced on Wednesday that one of their own employees leaked a draft report to the media that included non-public information. Fox News reports the investigation showed the worker abruptly resigned right before they and other employees were asked to submit sworn answers to a questionnaire regarding the unauthorized disclosures to the media. A New York judge says he's close to releasing Donald Trump from a contempt finding only if the former president meets certain conditions. One of those conditions includes paying $110,000 in fines accrued for failing to turn over documents in a state civil investigation. Judge Arthur Engeron said on Wednesday he'll conditionally lift Trump's contempt finding if he submits additional affidavits by May 20th. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Senator Rick Scott has an idea to fix inflation. He says President Joe Biden should resign. The Florida senator repeated his stance on Wednesday on Fox News, torching the president's economic policies and his confusion when discussing the issues.
Look at what his accomplishments. It's the opposite. I mean, we're in horrible shape. He doesn't even know what state I'm from. I mean, you said he was supposed to give his ideas on inflation yesterday. What were his ideas? Oh, it's everybody else's fault but his. So we know he can't do it. Let's be honest.
It's the end of an era. Apple announced it's discontinuing its music player, the iPod Touch. When the first iPod was launched in 2001, it could store 1,000 tracks. Today, there are more than 90 million songs on Apple's streaming service. The iPod Touch was designed by the same team that later invented the iPhone. Apple last updated the iPod in 2019. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is weighing in on the country's skyrocketing gas prices.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is pointing fingers at the White House for skyrocketing gas prices. He accuses President Biden of using Putin's war on Ukraine as a scapegoat for his own shortcomings.
But high gas prices and inflation are not the result of the war in Ukraine. High gas prices are the result of the war on energy.
Speaking at Rice University in Houston, Pence saying that if the Biden administration really wants to help out at the pump, they should get out of the way and stop restricting the oil and gas industry. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The FDA said it will allow baby formula supply to be released from the shuttered Abbott Nutrition facility in Sturgis, Michigan, on a case-by-case basis. In February, the agency warned consumers not to use certain powdered infant formula due to contamination concerns. But the backlog of families in search of formula won't be fixed overnight. GOP Representative Ashley Hinson, who's also a mom, spoke with Fox News.
We've asked the FDA simple questions about how they're going to make this supply chain resilient for a product that parents and families need.
And the first guilty verdict came down this week against an illegal migrant netted under Texas Governor Greg Abbott's border program. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, there we go. Get our final hour on a Thursday off and rolling here. Hope you've had a good week thus far. Weekend around the corner. Could be kind of a rough day. Mother Nature going to be stirring things up. Strong storms expected to develop later in the day. Daytime heating from the Dakotas. Minnesota, Wisconsin. You could see some stronger storms even from Oklahoma through parts of Nebraska later today. Hey, last week we touched on Frontier, not the airlines, but Frontier Communications, where the Federal Trade Commission hit them with the major broadband and cable provider, charging the company with lying and ripping off their customers. They also ordered Frontier to pay fines and other costs amounting to over $60 million, including an $8.5 million cash fine to the agency. Director of the FTC's Bureau of Consumer Protection saying Frontier lied about its speeds and ripped off customers charging high-speed prices for low-speed service. This order requires Frontier to back up their high-speed claims. It also gives customers now that were lured in with their lies free, easy options for dropping the slow service. Frontier did not respond to a request for comment, and they believe they had received thousands of consumer complaints alleging false and deceptive advertising practices dating back to January of 2015. But they said they sold tier plans or speeds that included maximum rates that were well short of what they touted. All right, let's see. Frontier, the publicly traded Frontier, has seen their stock drop nearly $6 a share since the first of the year to just above $23 per share as of Wednesday morning. Hefty fine, though, $60 million. Yeah, back to the phones here. Kyle, morning, Kyle.
Hey, this is the first time I ever called a radio show, so I don't know how I'm going to deal with this. So, did you hear me?
I've got you, Kyle. Yeah, how's things going?
Oh, all right. I had a thought while I was listening to you there. It's funny how all these government regulations are coming out. We're all confessing our sins. We, in the old days, budget a logbook, they called it a lie book, not a logbook.
Yeah, right.
And so I never minded electronic logs. I just thought it was easier. One less thing you had to hassle with. You know?
Right.
So, anyways, but yeah, I don't normally run this early in the morning. Today we're running down to Mitchell, pick up mulch, and they start loading early, so I can leave early. But usually we're working during the day. But I always listen to your show. I really enjoy it. So.
Well, thank you very much. I've got your number here as a first time caller. You say first time calling a radio show at all. It's so I'm proud to be your first. We're gonna get you a $60 code for Hot Shot Secret products. How's that sound?
That sounds great. So.
Well, just be watching your text messages. They'll text you that code. You go to hotshotsecret.com, and when you enter that code at checkout, it'll take $60 off the order, and free shipping, I believe, as well with that.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Well, thank you for listening in. All right. Well, good to have you with us this early morning.
Yeah. So.
All righty then. Well, don't be a stranger there, Kyle. Give us a ring anytime.
I will. Like I said, I'm listening a lot of times. We listen. We like when we haul grain in the summer. The elevators don't open this early, so I put it on YouTube and put my Bluetooth speaker and listen to it during the day. So, anyways, but
there you go. Well, thank you.
All right.
Have a great morning. Hope all goes well when you get there to load some of that mulch this morning. Hey, let's get over to Vic. Vic checks in this Thursday morning. Hey there, Vic.
Hey, Steve. Interesting show this evening. We covered a lot of area there.
A lot of topics.
I have to agree with Rambler on I'm still trying to figure out the guy's math that said he ran 160,000 miles and made $300,000. Was that net? Is he driving for a company? Because that's $2+ a mile if he's driving for a company. So anyhow, without knowing more about the story, I drove with a guy. We all drove triple-digit trucks. I never did really stretch mine out, but he was one of those that he wanted to get convoys together and run. He would, and he had a CB that, reached downtown Baghdad just about. And he used to go across Ohio and Indiana trying to get together a convoy running 75 and 80 mile an hour and wondering why he was getting speeding tickets.
I wonder.
So, yeah. And one night he was headed to New Jersey, and this real plain CB came on, and he said, "Yeah, we're joining we'll join your convoy. Where are you at?" Ask him all these questions. Well, by the time we hit the Ohio border, he got pulled over, and when he caught up with me, I said, I said he used to call himself House Cat, and I said, "House Cat, did you ever figure out when you hear a real clear CB that it might be somebody that has one set up with all the different stuff, and it might be law enforcement?" He said, "Well, I never thought about that." So, yeah.
Whoops.
So anyway, I know some of those guys, but they are few and far between. They're the exception. But what I called about was this UFO thing, because it's my congressman that's bringing that up. And frankly, he has a lot more problems to worry about in his district than UFOs. And the Air Intelligence Wing and over at Wright Patch, they're the ones that covers most of that UFO stuff. And then there's a reserve Air Intelligence Wing at Terre Haute, Indiana. So exactly why he wanted to hold congressional hearings, I don't know. And the one thing that I wanted to point out was that, President Carter, Jimmy Carter, he said that he had had a UFO experience. Well, when he became president, he called in the CIA director, who happened to be George H.W. Bush at the time, and said, "I would like to know more about these UFOs and what they're about. And George H.W. Bush said, as president, your curiosity does not entitle you to know this. And I didn't realize it, but there are 8 security classifications above the president. So the president really can't even know everything that's going on in this country.
Wow.
And so anyway, and that's the way it was, you know, way back when. It might have changed by now.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, when they mentioned this UFO hearing, I'm thinking of all the stuff that we have going on in the world and the wealth of information. I watch a lot of those UFO shows and documentaries. And you mentioned the Black Vault, and then they have some screwball group that's on there. And a lot of the episodes that I've seen and I remember. And then there's also a lot of things we're working on that some of those UFOs were actually, they are our actual, what I want to say here, there are technology that we have developed, and some people say, well, we reverse
engineered. Right.
Right. But I'll leave you with this one name. There's an individual that was back in the 1800s. He did a lot of work with water and electricity, and he was kind of a Tesla type guy. And his name was Victor Schauberger. And the work that Victor Schauberger and Tesla did, it's amazing how much they knew in technology back in the 1800s and early 1900s. So, and it has to do with generating electricity by circular motion.
Mm-hmm.
There's even an Indian, I don't know if you've seen this or not, but you've seen the thing about mercury being attracted to water. You've seen those little bobbing head things, it's filled with mercury. You ever see one of those have like a bird?
Yep, I sure did.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a whole technology that goes with that. And somehow, whenever you get that spinning, it will actually generate electricity and will generate its own magnetic field. So, like I said, there's so much stuff out there on UFO. It just amazes me that my congressman has suddenly decided that he's going to solve all these problems. I really don't even know what he's going, because, trust me, I just seen that we've had 4 or 5 people shot down there on the canal thing in Indianapolis, either tonight or today. I mean, it's like a regular combat zone in some areas downtown.
Wow.
So it just struck me as, why in the world is he, even worrying about this? Because when he gets into those black programs, he's not going to find out about it. They're just going to keep him closed, give him some sort of a screwball answer, and that's going to be it. But I guess somebody thinks that they can get, I don't know what,
right.
They're not going to find out any more. He's not going to know a bit more after these hearings than he knew before. And that's just all I wanted to comment on there.
Interesting. Steve. Okay. So, never mind the whole, what do you call it? Truth and transparency, according to Adam Schiff, which we know, again, anything Schiff says is absolutely the gospel truth. And we've got 19 past the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Who we got up next? Hey, what's going on? Big Moose on the loose.
No, not on the loose. You playing radio?
Something, a facsimile thereof.
I heard that. Well, I apologize for calling in so late. I had a wardrobe malfunction. I couldn't get some crazy woman out of my pants. So.
Yeah.
I just sat there and enjoyed the show as always. Oh, by the way, is this a hot mic?
It is at the moment, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I want to clarify a few things here. I've been bombarded with text messages. You know, I love old Knucklebuster to death. I ain't got that man. He's a good old boy, and I love him to death. And I wasn't aiming nothing toward him the other night in my remarks, but. And as far as Big Sexy goes, I'm going to tell you something, Steve. 1972, my sister had a love child with a paper boy, and I loved that child, Steve. So I ain't got nothing against them paper boys. We good with him, too. I just love everybody. And I'd really like to get that guy's book that made that $300,000 in that 55-mile-an-hour truck. Boy, I tell you what, I jumped off the wrong end of the boat if you could do that. You know, and I never did run two logbooks. I had one for me, and then I had one for Uncle Benny. And but thanks to everything worked out in the end, you know. But yeah, I really enjoyed the show tonight. I tell you, I didn't catch. I didn't jump in there until about I don't know what time it was, about 3 o'clock or something. D-Ranger started blowing my phone up, wanting to know what I was doing. I told him, well, I'm trying to sleep, but I figured I'd get up and listen in a while anyway. But, yeah, I tell you what, man, we get that guy to call back in, elaborate on how he made all that money in that 55-mile-an-hour truck. I'm going to throw my phone out there in the tomato patch and save me some money on Miracle Grow this year. So let me know when that happens. But I'm going to jump off of here. I think I'm going to go pick the old can man up. We're going to go to the Breakfast Club this morning. So
Breakfast Club, okay.
Yeah. Keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, the sunny side up and all that jazz. Watch your top knot, and remember, it doesn't matter what you do. Keep that left door shut. Keep that speedometer on the old double nickel. Give them bears the old 5 smile and rake in that $250,000 plus revenue every year. That sounds like a good policy to me, buddy. So with that, I say, we gone.
All right. Keep it betwixt the spotted and the solid. I thought that's what it was supposed to be. It's all right. 844-844-3388. And what else on the list? What else on the list? Oh, boy, do I want to touch on this or not? It's another can of worms, but yeah, you need to know. That's all I can say. I will just present you with the facts. Pride Month, as it is known, is just around the corner. And Target, the retailer Target, is letting the rainbow flag fly with a whole new line of LGBTQ plus clothing that includes breast binders and packing underwear. According to Target, the new collection features underwear, activewear, swimwear by queer brands Toy Boy X and Humankind that includes products that are worn to alter one's physical appearance. Included among the array of Pride merchandise, Target is hawking binders for women to compress their breast so their chest will appear more masculine. Matt Walsh called the new product line abhorrent and insane. Target is selling chest binders for gender dysphoric girls so they can crush their breast and try to look more like boys. Yeah, this is no different than Walgreens selling laxatives specifically for people with anorexia. Reporter John Miller said the body-altering garments, this is barbaric. I cannot believe this is being called progress. You know, in China, they used to bind women's feet. And history does not look kindly on that fad, and it will be the same for this. It is not healthy. Well, at least China still got to keep a healthy mind anyway. According to health professionals, chest binding indeed presents significant health complications. The pro-transgender health site Clue notes that binding can cause breathing problems. It can affect skin elasticity. It could have a negative impact on surgical outcomes after a voluntary double mastectomy of healthy breasts. The website WebMD said that chest binding restricts breathing, causes skin irritation, causes skin to break around the edges of the binder. It can cause overheating, and it can lead to bruised or fractured ribs. Target is also selling packing underwear, which is used by females to wear a packer that gives them the appearance of having a penis. Concerned Women for America tweeted, "This dangerous ideology is so deeply embedded in mainstream culture that young girls can now buy chest binders at their local Target. Praying for our children." My. There are the facts. Do with it as you may. I may have second thoughts about entering a Target store. Personal opinion. This is nuts. And they call this progress in America. We're making progress for the youth. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice Inspector General's office announced on Wednesday that one of their own employees leaked a draft report to the media that included non-public information. Fox News reports the investigation showed the worker abruptly resigned right before they and other employees were asked to submit sworn answers to a questionnaire regarding the unauthorized disclosures to the media. A New York judge says he's close to releasing Donald Trump from a contempt finding only if the former president meets certain conditions. One of those conditions includes paying $110,000 in fines accrued for failing to turn over documents in a state civil investigation. Judge Arthur Engeron said on Wednesday he'll conditionally lift Trump's contempt finding if he submits additional affidavits by May 20th. This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business.
You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. It's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Pup this morning. Hey there, Pup. What's happening?
Oh, just holding on to the steering wheel. You know how it is, Steve. Well, I'll tell you what, these last two nights, this show's been off the wall now.
Off the rails? Uh-oh, is that good or bad?
I'm telling you what, it's almost the Adam Schiff show, tell you the truth. In between the paper chunker and the knuckle dragger wanting to go at it, and Moose having all that love power, and then the next thing you know, you're talking about the damn alphabet community. My God.
Hey, sorry.
Ever since they built a transgender bathroom in there, I told my wife she ain't a shopping in that store no more. That just concreted it right there. But this is just my opinion, not the opinion of the show.
Yep.
But
yep.
when we let that alphabet community out of the closet, that's the worst moral thing we could have done. But morality in this damn country, and with them going after the kids and this transgender stuff, we have got to put a stop to it. So somehow, some way. But that's just my opinion, and I didn't type it in like old Grouch does, but that's all I had to tell you today, Steve. We'll see you.
All right, Pup. Thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. Well, I'm kind of surprised by these numbers. The report about, I thought this country was doing pretty good. Yeah, more and more recycling. I'm by no means am I a tree hugger, but I do my best to, make sure the beer bottles, the beer cans, the plastic jugs, the cardboard makes it into the recycle bin. And apparently, an overwhelming majority of people apparently don't really give a damn. America's use of plastic, especially during the pandemic, apparently, really jumped up. Mountains of single-use items, takeout containers, plastic bags, face masks. At the same time, we are recycling less than in the past, according to a pair of recent studies. Even before the pandemic, only 5% of plastic made in this country was recycled in 2019. That's less than the amount of plastic that was burned last year, according to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. This is dismally low. Why is that? Beyond Plastics and the Last Beach Cleanup recently examined government data from the Environmental Protection Agency and the U.S. exports to come up with a recycling estimate. Their report found that similar to the NREL's study, only between 5 and 6% of plastic made in this country is actually recycled. Now, that's lower than the figures estimated by the EPA, but not by much, who said, yes, plastic recycling rates are abysmally low. In the whole history of plastics recycling, it has never got to the double digits. It's never got to 10%. Now, that's in stark contrast to paper, where the recycling rate has steadily risen, and that stands at about 66%. I would think plastic should be up in that category. A former EPA administrator pointed to several reasons why so little plastic is recycled. Until recently, a great deal of plastic trash in the U.S. was exported to China and counted as recycled, even while the environmentalists suspect it was incinerated by China. But with China banning most U.S. trash imports several years ago, that waste has now been diverted to other countries. It's no longer being counted as recycled. Okay. Now, what's the trouble with plastic? They say plastic recycling is hard, in large part because unlike aluminum or glass, plastic is not composed of a single substance, but many. Thousands of different types of plastic, and they're all different polymers with different chemical additives, different coloring. Think of your Tide detergent bottle at home. It's a heavy-duty plastic, red with different additives. Your ketchup bottle has different additives to make it squeezable. It's not homogeneous. You can't just mix all that stuff together and get a usable product. As a result, sorting and processing it takes a lot of effort. Even when the plastic is collected, some of it's discarded for being too dirty. Up to a third is lost to the recycling process itself. A lot of times when the recyclables actually make it to the recycling facility, a lot of it's garbage. The task has got even more difficult as more types of plastic are being put on the market, like the squeezable food pouches. Very interesting. Today's recycling processes and infrastructure are grossly insufficient to manage the diversity, complexity, and quantity of plastic waste in the United States. Now, the Plastics Industry Association is accusing this report of cherry-picking evidence. Now, in one post, the industry group said plastic recycling only became a commercial-scale industry in the 1990s, which was decades after paper, metal, and glass had all become established for recycling. And they say recycling rates are steadily increasing. Although plastic, the recycling rates are lower than other materials, technologies to recycle more, faster, are actively being researched and implemented by the industry and the government alike. Okay, a lot of plastic. I guess a lot of it just makes it into the trash pile, right? The Rumpke Mountain. All right. Hey there, Chevy guy. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Hey, Moose, when you snooze, you lose, buddy. If you didn't get up till 3, you missed horse feathers. Trying to solve the milk program.
The milk crisis, yes.
For the babies by hooking up all lactating women to milking machines. That guy's a genius. But I've been busting my gut. I can't get that picture out of my head, you know what I'm saying? Back over there. Now, Sundance don't take none of this. Us guys, don't take nothing personal. Don't worry about it. Come on back, talk. And, you got us talking about trucks again. I always figured out when I learned that back in the 80s, and drivers lie about what they make. No big freaking deal. I always figured out, I was making 18 cents a mile, and I made about 18,000 that year. 29 cents a mile, right around 29,000 that year. 40 cents a mile, you're making 40,000 that year. So, I was doing the math, and it's way up there. But who am I to say one way or the other? But I do want to take it back to your first question is, what's the difference between the e-log, paper log, and the e-log? Well, the paper log, I was able to make my logbook work for me, but that e-log, I had to work for that machine. And And I'm sorry if you're just a mile, 2 miles on a weekend. You've been out 3-4 weeks, and you feel good. Of course, last time I run paper log, it was, it was 10 and 8. But let me tell you, I'm going home. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm heading on to the house. I jot down the mileage at the time I run out of time, and I jot down the town I'm at, and I throw it. And buddy, I'm going to the house because along with the truck, I'm not hurting nobody. I'm wide awake. If I was tired, I put it down because I'm a grown man. I don't need the government telling me to go to sleep because I don't know how many times running that E-log. It was amazing because all of a sudden I was on these chip wagons for like 6 months when we had them in the truck. It just didn't work. In the stress it came to watching. The old timers say a watch pot never boils. It's amazing how wore out I felt all the time worrying about that stupid time on that E-log. You're stressed out when you get into a traffic jam, all that stuff. Now with this agricultural thing I've been doing for 4 years now, I leave the house at midnight. I do what I got to do. I get home. I don't even pay attention to the time. I'm never tired. Very few times. Well, I got to admit, I took some leg cramp medicine that my wife had bought me, but it didn't. Got to pay attention. It said PM on it. I was fighting the boogaloos there one morning.
Yep.
But yeah, when you don't worry about the time and you're out here working, I'm telling you, this running agricultural, it's just a pleasure. It's fun driving truck again. But Sundance, you called in and you got truck drivers calling in about trucking on a trucking show. That's exactly what we need, and that was cool. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show. How about it?
All right, thank you. Over and out, 10-4. Thank you, Chevy Guy. Ain't got time to, let me jump down to, it was just Tim, I believe it is. Is that Tim?
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
Yeah, hey, Steve. All right, the convoys could be in Burbank, up there in Ohio. I believe sometime this weekend.
They're running they're crossing I-70, I believe it is, correct? Going to be crossing 70 across Ohio?
They're coming across 80.
80.
They're in Nebraska or Des Moines right now.
Okay.
They will come across 80. And their final stop before they go to D.C. is going to be Burbank. They're in Ohio. I don't know how far Burbank is from Cincinnati. I'm looking at the map. It's somewhere maybe up around Sandusky.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I had read somewhere they were going to cross 70 through Ohio, but that may have changed. I don't know.
Well, that's by what they said today. Put that on your page, I think, of the thing that went down in Des Moines today. Skip through the first part if you want. Scan through, fast forward to the end of the thing. You got Trucker G. Marcus. He's coming back to Ohio, where he lives. Santa lives in Ohio. Marcus is going to meet back up at Burbank with them. He's just coming home to visit with family since he's been gone for 4 months. So whatever the deal's going on, they're going to D.C. But I say watch Santa. That last little bit of that meeting today, or rally.
Mm-hmm. The latest drivers meeting thing. You pay attention. So Santa's the one to watch.
No. Yeah, Santa's the one to watch. Yeah, I mean, you talk about a mic drop. He dropped the mic.
Really? Okay, so did you say that you shared that on my Facebook or the Overnight Drive Facebook? Which one was that?
One of them, I believe it was yours.
Okay, I'll try to pull that up. All right, I want to check that out. Well, thank you, Tim. Have a good morning. We'll return into this Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Not a whole lot of time left. Real quick, let me jump back up. Get a double take from the Rambler this morning. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I about threw up my mouth whenever you were reading about that Target stuff.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sad, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sad.
It's very sad. You know, you kind of put two and two together back in 2008, whenever you had the world's first transgender, Michael Obama. That's where he or she, whatever it was, light to shop at. And I'm kind of, did away with Target then, but then you're reading that, the transgender bathrooms, and wanting to sell all this. And I just call it bondage stuff, that is just nasty, And, Steve, I grew up in a little small town. This is before the old man got put on the cross. The only lesbians I ever saw was out of an adult book. My reality check came when I got out of Sims, Alabama. And I was over the road, and I saw what the real world had to offer. And I tell you what, I ain't never seen a good-looking pair of lesbians. One always looked somewhat decent, but the other one looked like John Goodman, and looked like that they could whoop your tail by just staring at you. And you're reading that, and I'm thinking to myself, are you kidding me? People like that are going to go in there and try and crush themselves and make them look more manly, or put on a pair of underwear that looks like they packing a roll of pepperoni to try and look more manly.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, God's children is coming to the point that they fixing to have a 7-year free reign in this world, because I'm telling you right now, Jesus Christ is coming back. You can call me a kook, you can call me crazy, but I know what the Word of God says. I know how the Lord speaks, and I'm like Big Moose. I love everybody. I want to see everybody that ain't saved get saved and make that trip with me when the rapture happens, because it's going to be happening soon. Steve, I think it's, in my opinion, it should have already happened. I think God has just given us a little more time to save a few more souls, brother. I really, really do. And Mr. Sundance, sir, keep on calling in. This is a truck. I'm with Chevy guy. This is a truck driver program. Call in. You hear Knuckle Buster and Big Sexy. They're going back and forth. I don't think they really want to kill one another, and we're not gonna just ring you out too. Regardless of your opinions, this is a brotherhood and a sisterhood for our female drivers, and just keep on calling in, keep being a part of the show, and one of these days I'm gonna get up there and hang out with old Big Moose, go get us a big old plate of biscuits and tomato gravy, or biscuits and sausage gravy, and some people even eat, and I ain't ever had this, but a buddy of mine, his mama makes it, biscuits and chocolate gravy. I ain't ever had that, but it sounds good. Sounds like it may make a fat man. Yeah, sounds like it make a fat man happy. But God bless you, Steve. Man, you have a great time at that birthday party. I'll try and call in tomorrow night. And God's children, remember this. Love is just not a full-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rembler can love you, and I definitely do. God bless you, Steve. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you much. All right, and we'll close it. That's a good place to wrap it up here on a Thursday morning. And we'll be back at the midnight hour tonight. Yeah, when we do come back, yeah, look at there. We'll be rolling into a Friday. So we'll be saying TGIF, getting prepared for the weekend. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.